Hello guys, and welcome to our how to use this course video. So first of all, I'm super happy to see you here in our course. I'm super proud of you that you have chosen to commit and to learn everything there is to know about the grammar of the German language from a very A1 beginner level until an A2.2 very beginner intermediate level. So let's go. This course has 15 classes and it works like this. You will start watching with our first class all about der, die und das, and starting we always have our explanation video where you see me and you get all the knowledge, all the context and everything you have to know about the grammar of the topic that you're learning. So after our explanation video, we always go to our so-called exercises and revision segment. And what you do in here is we write together on our big whiteboard all the revision that we take from the explanation video so that you can repeat and test your knowledge of everything you have learned with me so far. So once that is done, our revision segment, then we move on to our amazing exercises segment where you get the chance to finally test yourself and test your knowledge and see how good your German grammar is. So once you do this, you have completed the class, and I'm super proud to see you do that to each of the 15 classes that are awaiting you so you can conquer your beautiful, strong and fluent German voice. Keep in mind that every class has a PDF sheet just for you, full with lots of exercises that come with the solution so you can test yourself again on your own and see how well you solve them. As I always say, how well you rock your exercises on your own. This is really good for you because you always need a little bit of feedback to see how good you are progressing and how good you are getting at the German language, and that's why we provide you with so many exercises for each single class. Very important for you to know as well is that all of these exercises come from our bestseller Amazon grammar book. So if you want more, you can always go and get your own copy so you have it in print or digital so that you can tremendously conquer your voice and get to a very strong grammar level. This has been everything I wanted to share with you in our how to use this class course, and now I'm of course super excited to see our first class together. Super pumped, super ready. Let's go and conquer your amazing German voice. Are you ready? Then I will see you in our first class together. Let's do it now. See you in class. Hello you. This video is for you for any time you doubt yourself and you feel not worthy enough to speak German. Now I know that learning German can be a very hard language, but I want you to stay motivated and to understand that if you stop learning now, you will lose every knowledge you have gathered until now. So really, the only thing that you can do is keep pushing and keep on learning what you need. Just think of the amazing opportunities German will open to you once you speak it fluent. All the job opportunities that you can have, all the German friends that you can make, and also the feeling of belonging every time you go anywhere in Germany where you feel that if someone speaks to me, I can actually answer, and I also can answer correctly. You have bought this course for a reason. You have not bought it only to buy it and leave it. Okay, so now that you are here, I want you to stay committed and to actually learn everything we have prepared for you. I know that it's hard. I know that it's not easy. I know that you doubt yourself. I know that you have a million excuses why you cannot speak German, but none of them is the solution for you. Giving up is not the solution for you. Giving up on yourself is not going to make you happy, nor is it going to make you speak better German. Commit now. Give your best now. Don't give up. Keep pushing. I know that you can do it, I know that you are not a person that likes to give up, but a person that loves to conquer her or his voice in order to speak beautiful, fluent, and strong, better German. Every time you doubt yourself, just remember that I believe in you. I believe that you can make it. You can speak fluent German. You can finally understand the grammar and use the right vocabularies and Konnektoren where they are needed. It is not easy to give up. Giving up will cost you more. It will cost you to forget everything you have learned so far. And I know that you don't want that for yourself. You have already invested so much energy and so much time into learning German. So why give up now? Why give up right now when you have made it so far? Remember that just 1 week ago, or maybe 1 month ago, maybe just 1 day ago, you would have been proud of all the things you have achieved by now. So keep on remembering this. Keep on being grateful for all the things that you have learned so far, and keep on disciplining yourself, pushing yourself forward to conquer your beautiful German voice. This course is here for you, and I, in my digital form, are here to teach you everything you need to know. Please come back and don't give up. Maybe you need a break of 1 day or 2 days, but not a break of 2 weeks or 1 month. If you do that, you're only sabotaging yourself. I want you to speak better German. I believe that you can do so. And as always, I'm super excited to see you in our class to help you conquer your German voice. So guys, see you in class. Show up, and I'm super happy to see you there in our German class. Hello guys, and welcome to our first class together in our German course from A1.1 until A2.2. I am so excited to have you here, and I cannot wait to teach you everything you need to speak fluent, better German. Are you ready? Then let us start. So today, this is our first class together, and of course, we will start with the articles. The articles are super important when it comes to the German language. When do we use der? When do we use das? And when do we use die? Now, you know, der, die, das, a very big topic, but really it can be so easy once you have some endings that help you choose the article. Now, let's talk a bit about grammar before we dive in our hacks for this lesson so you talk better German. And then we, of course, have our revision segment as well as our exercises segment. Talking about the basics of grammar, in German we have 3 genders. Yes, you heard it correctly. And of course, I am meaning the genders of the words. In German we say Geschlecht. Now we have der, which is männlich. Then we have die, which is weiblich, and das, that is, of course, neutral. And really, we cannot know which article we need. We have to always learn it by heart. So memorizing is a big part when it comes to learning German. And of course, once you have conquered your German voice in the grammar, then it's super easy for you to talk German as well. Now, let's talk about these hacks, because as I told you right now, no, you cannot figure it out on your own. If you need der, die, or das, you have to learn it. Let's see how I can help you today. Talking about our first article, der, we have some endings that we always need with it. The first one being ich. For example, der Rettich. See, because der Rettich ends with the word ich, that's why it takes the article der. Continuing, we also have the ending ig. For example, der Essig. The next one is ling, the ending ling, like the word der Frühling. Then we also have ismus. The ending of ismus is super important. You have it everywhere, kind of. You can say der Organismus, der Kapitalismus, der Sozialismus. You have it everywhere you need it. And when you see the ending of ismus, right there you know, because you have learned with me, that you need the article der. Now, continuing, we also have the ending ant, like der Diamant. And also, we have the ending or, like der Motor. And finally, the ending en, like the word der Wagen. Now, you will also learn with me in the exercises segment that there is a little catch when it comes to the ending of en, but we will see it together in our exercises and revision part. Now, continuing with our weiblich article, die has a lot of endings, which is actually good news for us because now that we know those endings, it will be super easy for us to figure out, do I need der, die, or das? See, German is full of hacks, and once you have those hacks, learning can be so much fun and so easy. Now, continuing with die, which is only used for weiblich. This means feminine, right? So the first ending that we have is unge, like the word die Prüfung. Then we have the ending heit, like the word die Schönheit. Then we also have the ending keit, like the word die Möglichkeit. Continuing with our next ending of Schaft, this word, like Ismus, is kind of like everywhere. You say die Partnerschaft, die Freundschaft, and so many other words. In fact, once you see that a word is ending with Schaft, right there you know the article is die. Continuing, we have the ending I, like die Metzgerei. Then we have the ending I, like die Geografie. Also, we have the ending tät, like die Aktivität, following by Ion, like the word die Situation, or better said, die Lektion, our lesson today, die Lektion, unsere heutige Lektion. Continuing, we also have the ending of ich, for example, die Politik or die Musik. Then we also have the ending Uhr, like die Agentur, right? So easy. Continuing with the ending Age, like the word die Etage. Then we have also the ending ans, for example, die Allianz. If you are political, you always hear the word Allianz. Yeah, you use it to say that two groups are now together, politically speaking. Then we have the ending ens, like die Differenz. Now, once you see those endings, you know I need die. And that's why this course is going to help you so much. And I'm so excited to see all of your amazing reviews and all of your amazing results and hearing that you now can understand the German grammar and that you can speak fluent and better German. I'm so excited. Now, continuing with our article das, which is neutral, as you guys can see, we have a smaller list, which is kind of good because we don't have to learn so much, right? For example, if our word ends with like das Datum, right? If our words ends with ment, like das Argument, kind of very quickly, can memorize it? Perfect. Then we have the word ma, like das Thema. Then we have the ending of et, like das Ballett. Also, we have the ending of schön and line. Now, you will also learn with me this in our exercise and revision segment. Those are so-called Diminutives. And we use them to make words kind of like sound smaller and cuter. We say das Brötchen, das Mädchen, das Fräulein, and so much more. Anyway, I have been talking about our exercises and revision segments so much. In fact, they're coming up right now. Are you ready? Then let's go and do them together. And I'm so excited to see you conquer your German voice and talk better, strong, fluent German. Hello du, hello you, and welcome to our revision and exercises segment. If you like this lesson, remember to write your review right now on the platform you're watching on. Hello guys, and welcome to our revision and exercises segment. This is our first segment together for our first class, class number 1. Now, our grammar topic in here is the articles, der, die und das. And we will revise together what we already learned in our explanation video so that you really keep it in mind and memorize it. Now, when do we need the article der? We need the article der for every word that ends with ish. For example, der Rettich. We need the article der for every words that end with ig, like the word der Essig. We also need the article der for every word that ends with ling, like der Frühling. We also need the article der for every word that ends with ismus, like der Organismus.
We also need the article der for all the words that end with "ant", like der Diamant. And finally, we always need the article der for any word ending with "or", like der Motor. Now we come to our Ausnahme. As I told you guys, the ending of en is not always with der. In fact, if we had a word like der Wagen, because it does end with en, we will say der Wagen. However, we do have a catch. In fact, for any verb that becomes a noun, the article is das and not der. Let me explain. So, verbs can become nouns in German. For example, the verb laufen, to walk, can become the word das Laufen. And this means that every time that we have a verb that is now a word, so a noun, it does need the article das and not the article der, even though, you guys, even though it ends with en. Okay, so this is our little catch that you should know. So every time you make a verb into a noun, remember the article is das. Das Laufen war schön. Das Laufen. Okay guys, let's keep it going with die. So when do we need the article die? First of all, if we have the ending of ung, then we need the article die. If we have the ending heit, like die Schönheit, we also need the article die. If we have the ending keit, like die Traurigkeit, we also need the article die. If we have the ending of schaft, like Wirtschaft, then yes, we need the article die. If it's ending with I, like die Metzgerei, then it needs the article die. If it's ending with I, like die Geographie, then yes, we also need the article die in here. If the word is ending with tät, like die Qualität, then it needs the article die. If it's ending with ion, like die Situation, then it also needs the article die. If it's ending with ik, like die Mathematik, of course, we also need the article die. If it's ending with ur, like die Natur, it also needs the article die. And if it's ending with age, like die Etage, then yes, also in here we need the article die. And if it's ending with ans, as I gave you an example, as the example Allianz, then yes, we say die Allianz, and we also say die Differenz when it ends with ens. Perfect, guys. So this is very easy to learn, and it really does help us to just know, do I need der, do I need die, or do I need das? Now, if the word is ending with like the word Zentrum, then you would say das Zentrum. If it ends with ment, you would say das Pergament, das Argument. If it ends with ma, like das Thema, right? If it ends with et, like das Ballett. And then we have our Diminutive. So the word schen and line, we always use them to make something smaller. For example, when we say Mädchen, we mean a young girl. If we say Fräulein, then we mean miss, right? So we are making someone smaller, or we're making something smaller. We're making something or someone sound younger. That's when we use our Diminutive. And yes, our Diminutive are always with schen and line, and they always go with the article das. Now it is time for some exercises. Let's start with the first one. So we see that it ends with ans, you guys. So which article do we need? Yes, we go with die. And if it ends with yes, das Eigentum. If it ends with ion, die Emotion. If it ends with et, yes, das Bankett. If it ends with ment, yes guys, we say das Argument. If it ends with I, we say die Türkei. If it ends with ik, we say die Mathematik. If it ends with ur, we say die Statur. If it ends again with ur, we say die Frisur. What about if it's ending with ling? Yes, we say der Frühling. Yes, we say der Informant. So die Toleranz, das Eigentum, die Emotion, das Bankett, das Parlament, die Türkei, die Mathematik, die Statur, die Frisur, der Frühling und der Informant. Perfect, guys. So this was our revision exercises segment, and I'll see you in our next class.
Please do learn those endings by heart, so next time you make no mistakes and you talk fluent German. Click the video for our next lesson. See you in class! Hello you, and welcome to our second lesson. Today we will learn together how to build a plural in German. So building the plural in German is no funny experience. Why? Because it really changes. Now in English we have it easy. We always add an S at the end. We say the book, the books, right? In German, it's a little bit harder. There are many ways how you can build the plural. This is what we will learn in a bit. But very important for you, you should learn always any new word like this. You learn the word, for example, Buch, and you understand the meaning and you say, it's book. Then you find out what is the article of Buch. Well, the article of Buch is das Buch, so it's neutral. So you say, okay, I get it now, das Buch. However, what is the plural of this word? The plural is die Bücher. Now, if you learn this not like this, then you will have problems later because you will really say die Bücher, or you will have no idea what the plural of Buch is, right? Or the Aussprache, the right pronunciation. This is why my advice for you is learn the word, its meaning, its article, and its plural. Article is always the same, which is good for you, and learn its plural form. This is what you must do in order to speak better German and also, be a little bit fluent and confident when you speak. Without further ado, let's talk about how to build the plural. So right now we are talking about der Kasus Nominativ. Just keep this in mind. You don't have to understand what it is. We will talk about it in the next lessons. But please just keep in mind those are the articles for nominative, and the plural article from nominative is die. So it's very, very fun. Now the first one is der Eimer. Der Eimer stays the same. There are many words in German that stay the same. Der Eimer is just one small example. Der Mantel changes, and now it is die Mäntel. You can see in here we have unsere Umlaut bei der A, unsere zwei Punkte. Die Aussprache ändert sich, so the pronunciation is now different. You don't say die Mantel, you say die Mäntel. Keep in mind this kind of A, so this A mit zwei Punkten is nothing else but an A. When we talk about pronunciation, right, we just say A. That's why we say die Mäntel. Very good. Now, next word is das Boot. Das Boot wäre die Boote. Der Baum, die Bäume. Now in here also we have something fun with pronunciation. So when it is only AU, we say au. But when we have an A umlaut by A, now we say oi, oi. And that's why we say die Bäume and not die Baume, okay? Very good. Next one is das Ei. Das Ei wäre die Eier. Das Buch, die Bücher. Das Hemd, die Hemden. Das Auto, die Autos. Die Lehrerin, die Lehrer. This is always the same ending when you have a feminine word that becomes plural. For example, if you say die Lehrerin, which is a job, then you would say die Lehrerinnen. And if you also say die Freundin, you would say die Freundinnen. However, please don't think this is the same for every weiblich, for every feminine word. For example, die Frau, it's not die Frauinnen, it becomes die Frauen. So this rule is not for everything, but it's just like for some kind of words that end with en, right? If the weiblich form of a word ends with en, then it will automatically be ihnen.
in the plural form. So you say die Freundin ends with en, you say Freundinnen, Lehrerinnen ends with en, so you say die Lehrerinnen. This is the rule. However, it only applies to feminine words that already end with an en. Now that you have got it, let's test your knowledge with some exercises. Are you ready? Then let us start. Hello du, hello you, and welcome to our revision and exercises segment. If you like this lesson, remember to write your review right now on the platform you're watching on. Welcome to our revision and exercises segment produced by lingabus.com. This is our lesson class 2 and our topic is Regeln zur Pluralbildung. How do we build the plural? Keep in mind that everything that we are teaching can be found in our grammar book. If you scan this QR code, you can land on our Amazon page where you can purchase your book right now today. First thing that we have to keep in mind that is Pluralartikel is always die im Nominativ. As we will learn in the next lesson, nominative is always when we are talking about the subject. Now, how do we build the plural is what we want to talk about today. We have different ways of building the plural in German. So the first way is actually when we just add an a at the end. This would be, for example, with der Tisch. So the table in singular. When it comes to plural, we say die Tische. We can also do an umlaut and an e in the plural form. An example will be die Hand. The plural of die Hand is die Hände. So we can see a change from a to e and also an addition of e at the end. Die Hand, die Hände. Another example is die Tante, where we see an ending of en. Die Tante, die Tanten. As you can see, we don't write two e, we don't say die Tanten, but we only keep an e that we already have and just add an n. So, die Tante, die Tanten. Another example can be, for example, die Blume. So, the plural of Blume is die Blumen. As you can also see in here, we just add the n at the end. Next one is the ending with er. For example, das Kind, die Kinder. The next one is with a umlaut or o umlaut or u umlaut and er at the end. For example, das Haus, die Häuser. Another one is when there is no change at all when it comes to plural. As an example is when we have der Eimer. In plural form, we keep it the same and we say die Eimer. Another plural form is when we add just an umlaut at the beginning and we change nothing at the end. As an example is der Apfel, the apple, die Äpfel. So as we can see, there is a change of umlaut at the beginning, but at the end, it pretty much stays the same. So now that we have revised everything that we need to know about how to build the plural, let's see how good you are at building the plural on your own. So what is the plural of das Auto? That's right, we say die Autos. So we add an s at the end. What about das Büro? That's right. Also in here, we need an s at the end. So we say die Büros. What about das Hotel? Also in here, we just add an s at the end. So die Hotels. Let's see something different. When the ending is with s, let's see something different. In here, we have das Fenster. What is the plural of das Fenster? So in here, nothing changes. We just say die Fenster. Der Lehrer, die Lehrer. Der Schüler, die Schüler. Der Wagen, die Wagen. So this is when the plural sees no change. Let's go forth with something exciting. For example, Bruder, der Bruder. What happens in here is that U now becomes an Ü. So we say die Brüder. This is how we build the plural. So we see an umlaut change, but everything else stays the same. Mantel, die Mäntel. The A is now an E. Mutter, die Mütter. So the only change in here is the umlaut of U, A, U, and O. And of course, the pronunciation is very important. Now, we call this U. I'm going to write it in red. This is U. This is Ü. This is A. This is E. This is O, die Tochter. Das ist die Töchter. So, it's a big pronunciation change. Tochter, Töchter, Töchter. Pretty much the O is now an Ö. So, U, Ü, A, E, O, Ö. Well done. Let's keep going with a new example of plural. Der Brief, was passiert hier? Very easy, we just need an end of E. So, der Brief, die Briefe. That's what we do. Der Film, die Filme. So, we just add an E at the end. Das Geschenk, die Geschenke. So we just add also in here an E. Der Hund, die Hunde. Well done, guys. If you reply to all of this correctly, I'm super proud of you. Let's keep on going with the next one. Das Bild. Now we have a very fun ending in here. We must add an ER. So we say das Bild, die Bilder. Well done. Das Ei, die Eier. Well done. So in here we have quite the same thing, but now we need also an umlaut and the ER at the end. So das Buch now is die Bücher. Right? The U is now an Ü, and there is also the ending of ER at the end. Das Dorf, what do we say in here? Die Dörfer. Glas, das Glas, die Gläser. Well done, guys. Let's keep it going with the next one. Arbeit und Fabrik. So in here we only add an en at the end. We say die Arbeit, die Arbeiten, and die Fabrik, die Fabriken. This is exciting. I am very happy if you've done all of this correctly. If you answered to all the exercises correctly, then you understood this topic and you rocked the exercises segment as well as the revision one. If you still need a little bit of help, please go back and rewatch our explanation segment so that you get better. So I left the best for the last of class. In here, we need an A umlaut as well as an A at the end. And this umlaut can mean A umlaut or Ü umlaut or O umlaut. So, der Arzt, die Ärzte. As you guys can hear, we go from A to E. That's the pronunciation. Der Arzt, die Ärzte. So, E at the end. Der Gast, die Gäste, so die Gäste, so A umlaut, and now also an ST and E at the end, die Gäste. Und der Sohn is now die Söhne. Exciting. From O we go to Ö. So from A we go to E, and we add an E at the end. And from O we go to Ö, and we add an E at the end. And also from U we would go to, and also from U we will go to Ü and add an E at the end in this type of plural building. Well done, guys. So this was actually it for today's revision and exercises. Keep in mind you find more exercises in our grammar book, so scan it right now and get yourself your nice book, be it printed or digitally if you want to keep on exercising. And we will see each other in the next class. Now that you've got the hang of it, let's go and learn better German even deeper. This time we will dive in the basic structure of phrases
And we will learn what the difference is exactly between a question and just like normal sentences and how we can build them on our own. Are you excited? I am as well, and I will see you in next class. Hello you, and welcome to our third lesson where we will be learning all about basic structure of a German sentence. Now, in German, we have two kind of like very important sentences. We have an Aussagesatz, in which I just tell you something, I'm informing you of something. And then we have the question. That's what we call die Frage. Now, an Aussagesatzbeispiel wäre, an example of an Aussagesatz where I'm just telling you something that I feel would be the first sentence where I'm saying, Ich bin glücklich. Now, when I say, hey, I'm happy, I'm just informing you how I feel. Now, what is important in here? The subject, ich, is always in the first position. The verb, bin, must always be at the second place, and whatever comes after it comes. This is the very basic structure. We always need the verb at position 2 and the subject preferably at the first position so that we have an Aussagesatz. Now, when we ask something, when we make a question, wenn wir eine Frage stellen, dann brauchen wir das Verb auf der ersten Stelle. So, when we are questioning something of someone, questioning ourselves, we need the verb at the first position. And that's where we say, bin ich glücklich? Am I happy? Bin ich glücklich? This is pretty much the same in any kind of language, and this goes also for German as well. Verb at the first position is a question. Now, let's talk about an exception, eine Ausnahme. So when we have one Nebensatz and one Hauptsatz, and they both meet each other, then the verbs must also meet each other. What do I mean? Let me explain. So my Hauptsatz is here, ich gehe spazieren. Hauptsatz is just a sentence where I'm saying something and I need no explanation for it. In English, we say main sentence. However, we also have another sentence, our explanatory sentence, where we are giving the reason why we're doing something. In German, we call it Nebensatz. So when I say, weil ich glücklich bin, comma, gehe ich spazieren, you can see that both verbs are meeting each other, bin und gehe. This is what happens when Nebensatz goes for, so it goes before the Hauptsatz. Now, if I start with Hauptsatz, Nebensatz, I would say it like this. Ich gehe spazieren, weil ich glücklich bin. So the verbs do not meet each other. They are not one in front of the other. However, when I flip them and I have the Nebensatz as the starting point and I say, weil ich glücklich bin, gehe ich spazieren. And here you see that the verb needs to take the first position because it is Nebensatz, Hauptsatz, and not because it's a question. Now that you've got that, let's do some exercises and see how good you can speak German. Hallo du, hello you, and welcome to our revision and exercises segment. If you like this lesson, remember to write your review right now on the platform you're watching on. Welcome to our revision and exercises segment produced by lingabus.com for our digital course. Today's lesson is class 3 and our topic is the basic phrase structure. So as you already have seen me explain, we have 3 major Satzarten. So 3 very important types of sentences. The first type of sentence that we have, so unsere erste Satzart, ist hier unsere Aussagesatz. And in the Aussagesatz, we just want to share information. That is really the scope of an Aussagesatz. We are just sharing information, talking to each other, entertaining ourselves. And let's make an example. Ich bin in Paris. So when I say I am in Paris, ich bin in Paris, I pretty much just mean that I am in Paris and that I am sharing information with you. I'm not asking something, I'm not explaining something, I'm just
sharing information. Pretty much the scope of an Aussagesatz. Now there is a major structure that we must follow when we have an Aussagesatz, and that is that the verb must always be at the second position. That's it. Das Verb muss immer bei Position 2 sein. Das ist, wo wir am meisten aufpassen sollen, ist, dass wir wirklich unser Verb immer auf der zweiten Position halten sollen. That is the most important thing. We will see that in other types of sentences, this is not the focus, but in einem Aussagesatz, the most important thing is to have the verb at position 2. Now we also have a second type of Satzart, and that is a question, eine Frage. Wir sagen auch die Frage und wir sagen oben der Aussagesatz. So let me make a question out of my Aussagesatz. I can say, bin ich in Paris? Now, bin ich in Paris just means, am I in Paris? So I'm asking now. I'm no longer sharing information. I am questioning stuff. Das ist eine Frage. Was passiert bei einer Frage? Well, the verb must be always at the first position. We don't say, ich bin in Paris, Fragezeichen. We don't say, I am in Paris, question mark. We have to say, bin ich in Paris, question mark. Well done. Now we have a small exception, and that is when we have those wie Fragen. And with wie Fragen, I always mean words as like wo, wie, was, wann, warum, and so on. So when we have one of these wie Fragen, what happens is that the verb is now at position 2. Let us see an example, even though it is a question. For example, I can say, warum, why am I in Paris? Warum bin ich in Paris? Now, as you guys can see, suddenly, our verb is no longer at the position 1, even though it's a question. The why, the wie, Frage, the warum is taking place number 1, and the verb is following at position 2. So this is an Ausnahme, and this shows us that even though we have a question, if we have a wie, what, then what happens is that the verb goes at the second position, even though it is a question. So we already talked about the first type of a sentence where we have the verb at the second position, and that's when we have an Aussagesatz. And we already now explained when we have the verb either at the first position or a second position, and that's when we have a question, eine Frage. As you guys already heard me explain, we have 3 major type of sentences in German, and right now we will do the third type, the most important, Hauptsatz or Nebensatz. So der Hauptsatz or der Nebensatz. And this is where lots of people are confused because they never learned German correctly, and that's why our digital course will make grammar for you easy and fun. The course is really made for you so you can speak better German and conquer your voice. That's really the goal why we're making it. So ein Hauptsatz in English is literally a main sentence. And a Nebensatz just means a side sentence. And now when we're talking about the main sentence in here, it really has the same power as an Aussagesatz. So it is really as if we're having an Aussagesatz. And now what follows it is always something that explains the main sentence. So it's always something explanatory. It's giving a reason why we're doing something. And that's what we call in German eine Begründung. So it can either be eine Begründung, explanation of something, or we could also be just giving more details, like more information, and that's also a Nebensatz. Let's make an example. If I say, ich bin in Paris, then you guys already know, well, this is a main sentence because I'm just sharing information. Das ist ein Aussagesatz. However, now I can add a Nebensatz, and Nebensatz always need a connector, so a connection. That's why we also have a book of B1 Konnektoren. It's really our bestseller book on Amazon. It really helps you to get all the B1 Konnektoren that you need if you want to talk at a B1 level. We will share right now the QR code and the picture of the book if you're interested in getting it so that you can have all the B1 Konnektoren that you need to speak better German. So, ich bin in Paris. Now I can add some other side sentence that really is only explaining stuff. For example, I can say, weil ich reisen mag, because I like to travel, right? A very important signal when we have a Nebensatz is when we already start with a connector and when the verb is at the ending. So there is a huge difference. You see in the Aussagesatz, the verb is at position 2. In a Nebensatz, the verb is usually always at the end. Also, we always have a connector. This is very important. And now what we want to do is we want to connect both of these sentences together. And there are two ways to do this. So we can say, ich bin in Paris, weil ich reisen mag. Okay? And what do we need is a comma between both. The verb needs to be at the end. And the first verb needs to be in the middle at position 2. And right now we are connecting ein Hauptsatz plus ein Nebensatz. That is what we're doing right now here. However, we can also start with the Nebensatz first and then the Hauptsatz. That would be, weil ich reisen mag, Komma, bin ich in Paris. This is very important, guys. Lots of people do this wrong, so please keep your attention in here. So both verbs must meet each other right now. And the verb of the Hauptsatz is now taking position 1. So everything is staying the same in the Nebensatz. Only in the Hauptsatz, the verb is switching and it's going forth. Weil ich reisen mag, bin ich in Paris. So this was our third major sentence type, is when we have a Nebensatz and a Hauptsatz. And it's very important to know the difference between a Hauptsatz and a Nebensatz. Keep in mind the Hauptsatz is literally just an Aussagesatz. It's only sharing information. And a Nebensatz is always giving details or giving an explanation. And that's why a Nebensatz loves Konnektoren. Let's talk about them now. So let's talk about when we have an Hauptsatz plus Hauptsatz. This sometimes happens. And let's talk about which Konnektoren are always with an Hauptsatz and which Konnektoren are always with a Nebensatz. This will make our life so easy when we are trying to figure stuff out. So ein Hauptsatz plus ein Hauptsatz would, for example, be wir müssen gehen und Eis kaufen. So in both of these sentences, we are only sharing information. We have to go and we have to buy ice cream is just sharing information. We have to go, we have to buy ice cream. And this is very clear that both of these sentences are main sentences because we have und. So the connector und is always für Hauptsatz. When you connect a Hauptsatz to an Hauptsatz, you use the connector und, or you use the connector oder, or you use the connector sondern, or you use the connector aber. Those are the connectors that you should know really at an A2 level. And what happens is the verb pretty much stays the same, nothing changes. Yeah? For example, we can say Lisa geht nach Hause oder sie bleibt bei Lara. So Lisa is going home or she's staying at Lara's. And what happens is the verb is always at position 2. This is a clear signal that we have Hauptsatz, Hauptsatz. And these are the connectoren that we need: und, oder, sondern, aber. So the connectoren that we use when we have a Nebensatz are different connectoren. We use weil, obwohl, denn, da, und ob. And they are always giving us an explanation or giving us details. For example, we can use the example from here. This is our Hauptsatz. We will take it and now connect it to a Nebensatz. So this is our Hauptsatz is wir müssen gehen. Okay? And now we will connect it to a Nebensatz. We say wir müssen gehen, weil wir zu spät sind. We have to go because we're too late. As you can see, this is an explanation and the verb is at the end. Wir müssen gehen, obwohl wir den Bus verpasst haben. So we have to go even though we missed the bus. Also in here we're saying, pretty much we're giving an explanation. And the verb is at the end. Wir müssen gehen, denn wir sind zu spät. Now in here we have a small exception. This is very important, guys. This is a Nebensatz, but the verb stays at position 2. I know this is confusing, but this is an Ausnahme, okay? This is an exception. Wir müssen gehen, da wir zu spät sind. Da has the same meaning as weil and denn. These green words have the same meaning. For the last connector, we cannot connect both sentences. We must change something. We can, for example, say, wir müssen fragen, ob du mitkommst. We have to ask if you come with us. Because we have to give some kind of choice. So, wir müssen gehen. So, this is why we're saying, wir müssen fragen, ob du mitkommst. We have to ask if you can come. And also in here, the verb is at the end, am Ende. So I know I am revising a lot with you, but this is very important. Let's revise again. Hauptsatz, Hauptsatz, we need this connectoren und, oder, sondern, aber. And if we have a Hauptsatz, Nebensatz, we must use weil, obwohl, denn, da, oder ob. And the list goes on and on and on and on because we're just giving explanations and we have in German so many connectoren. Okay, hold on now. Let's talk about the first sentence. What is wrong? Ich im Laden bin. Now it's clear. The verb, yeah, well done, is an Aussagesatz, so the verb has to be here. This is an Aussagesatz. It can be an Hauptsatz, so our verb must be at position 2. Ich bin im Laden. The second one, sie kann machen das. It's wrong because we now have a modal verb, kann, and machen, infinitive verb. So when we have a certain structure, the verbs must split and we say, sie kann das machen. So machen goes at the end, always, because it's an infinitive and we have a modal verb. Sie kann das machen. Third question, woher sie ist. This is pretty clear. We already talked about this in this revision. The verb must be at position 2 if we have a W-Frage. If you said ist woher sie, like number 4, you're also wrong. Because as we already explained, das W-Wort muss erste Position nehmen. So the V word must take the first position. So the right question in here is, woher ist sie? Oder woher kommt sie? Fifth question, or actually fifth sentence. Ich kann kommen und ich habe Zeit. As you can see, ich habe Zeit is explaining something. Yeah, it's explaining why I can come. That's why we cannot connect this with und. We need weil, because I'm giving a reason why. So we say, ich kann kommen, weil ich habe Zeit. Wrong. As we already learned, the connector of weil needs the verb at the end. So, ich kann kommen, weil ich Zeit habe. Well done, guys. This was our revision and all the exercises that we had to do for this class. Keep learning strongly, conquer your voice, and I will see you in next class.
Hallo du, willkommen wieder. Hello you and welcome. This is our first class and together we will be learning how to build das Präsens. Das Präsens ist sehr wichtig. Du wirst das Präsens jeden Tag wirklich in jedem Gespräch brauchen. And this is why we must learn it right. Now keep in mind that when you're learning German, there are lots and lots of grammar rules. German is really one of those languages that has so much grammar, enough for everybody. And this also is the same thing in here for presents. Keep in mind that we have two types of verbs. We have regelmäßige Verben und unregelmäßige Verben. So we have regular verbs and irregular verbs. Now, how do we differentiate between these verbs? This is a question that I get each time when I'm teaching a beginner class on linguabus.com. And the reason why, they just want to have like a little hack, right? Everybody loves a nice hack for any kind of language. However, there is really no hack when it comes to this. In German, you have to learn all verbs by heart, and this is why it's difficult, right? But we are here to make it easy. I will teach you how to conjugate the regular verbs, and yeah, you must learn the others by heart. Now, what is the difference? We have something called Stamm. Now, Stamm, der Stamm, means in English the root. And we also have something called infinitive. For example, infinitive is any kind of verb that is in its natural state. As example, bilden, sagen, gehen, laufen, kochen, erzählen, scherzen. Das sind alle Infinitive. However, the Stamm comes from the infinitive. As example, if we're talking about a regular verb as kaufen, we will take the verb kaufen and we will build from it our Stamm. How do we do this? Very easy. We take the en away from kaufen and right there, you've got it. That is your Stamm, kauf. Now, that we have our Stamm, we can build our Präsens. Let's see an example. You already know our Personalpronomen im Nominativ. Das sind ich, du, er, sie, es oder man, wir, ihr, sie und sie groß für Respekt. Zum Beispiel Frau Müller. Now that we have our Stamm everywhere, kauf, kauf, and so on, we add the endings for each personal pronouns. So for ich, we take e, and that's where we say ich kaufe. For du, we take st. That's why we say du kaufst. For er, sie, es or man, we say er, sie, es, man kauft. So we have a t at the end. Now for wir, we have an en at the end. That's why we say wir kaufen. For ihr, we also take a t, so we say ihr kauft. And for sie, small written or big written, we say sie kaufen, sie kaufen. This is how we conjugate every regular verb. And as you can see, it's so easy. However, we do have some verbs that are irregular. For example, the verb wissen. Now, the verb wissen means to know. And if it were a regular verb, it would go like this. We would need the Stamm, so we would take the en away. We would have wiss, and then we would say ich wisse, du wissest, and so on. However, this is wrong because wissen is an irregular verb. In fact, the Stamm of wissen is really irrelevant because the conjugation of the presens goes on like this. We say ich weiß, du weißt, sie es weiß, wir wissen, ihr wisst und sie wissen. As you can see, the verb changes. Sometimes we say this, sometimes we say weiß. And this is a poor simple of a verb that is irregular. So if you are thinking of any verb and questioning yourself, is it regular, is it irregular, just conjugate it and you will find out. If the Stamm changes, then it is irregular. The bad news is that you cannot figure out how the Stamm will be built if it is irregular. And this is exactly why you must learn them by heart. Now that your brain is full with knowledge, let us exercise a bit together. We will be using our grammar book in here as well. Hello du, hello you, and welcome to our revision and exercises segment. If you like this lesson, remember to write your review right now on the platform you're watching on.
Welcome to our revision and exercises segment produced by lingabas.com for our digital course. This is our fourth class, class number 4, and our topic is Verben, Konjugation im Präsens für regelmäßige Verben. So we already learned together from our explanation that verbs are regelmäßig, regular, when the Stamm doesn't change. As an example in here is the verb kaufen. Now, infinitive von kaufen is ja kaufen. And we take the en away, that's our Stamm right here is kauf. We say der Stamm, and the Stamm means in English roots. So the meaning of this is really that when the roots of the verb don't change, that's when you have a regular verb. And then we can conjugate it. It's very easy. Now that we have our Stamm, we write it for all of our personal pronouns. Unsere Personalpronomen sind hier ich, du, er, sie, es, wir, ihr, sie und sie groß für respect. For example, Frau Müller. So when we respect someone and we are not talking with them in a friendly, when we have to call them by their family name, that's when we use sie. So what do? Now we write our Stamm everywhere. And then we add the endings. The ending for ich is e, the ending for du is st, the ending für er, sie, es is t, the ending for wir is en, ending für ihr ist t und ending für sie klein oder sie groß is en. And right there we have conjugated our regular verb in presens. We say ich kaufe, du kaufst, er, sie, es kauft, wir kaufen, ihr kauft und sie kaufen. Well done! We do the same thing with sagen. As you can see, sagen, our verb in infinitive is sag. We take the en away. We have sag. This is our Stamm. And then we end our Endungen für jedes Personalpronomen. Dann sagen wir, ich sage, du sagst, er, sie, es sagt, wir sagen, ihr sagt und sie sagen. That's it. That's how we conjugate regular verbs in presens. Time for some exercises. Let's keep going with the verb lernen. So when we have the verb lernen, the first thing that we must do is take the en away von dem Infinitiv. Dann haben wir unseren Stamm. Unseren Stamm ist hier lern. Dann schreiben wir lern einfach überall. Lern, lern. And so on. We keep on writing it everywhere. For every personal pronoun, and then we add the ending to each personal pronoun. So for ich brauchen wir immer eine e, Für du brauchen wir immer eine ST, für er, sie, es brauchen wir immer eine T, für wir brauchen wir immer eine EN, für ihr brauchen wir immer eine T und für sie brauchen wir immer eine EN. Da sagen wir, ich lerne, du lernst, er, sie, es lernt, wir lernen, ihr lernt und sie lernen. Well done, guys. I'm so excited to do the second verb, gehen. Now, gehen is an irregular verb. However, in presence, it stays the same. But as we keep going on in Präteritum and imperfect, we will see that the Stamm is different. That's why gehen is actually irregular, even though the Stamm is the same für Präsens. So, für Präsens, wir bilden ja den Stamm, das ist ja G, wir haben en weggemacht. Dann sagen wir einfach, ich gehe, du gehst, er, sie, es geht, wir gehen, ihr geht und sie gehen. So the Stamm is always gehe in presence. But guys, keep in mind, as I said, in Präteritum, it changes. So in Präteritum, now we say, ich ging. As you can see, the Stamm is no longer there. Where is geh? It's gone. And the same thing for Partizip 2. When we build the Partizip 2, we can see that we say bin gegangen, gegangen, and this change from gehe to gang or ging is a clear example that gehen is not regular, okay? Let's do another verb, sagen. Now, sagen is a very regular verb because even though when we go to Präteritum, we say ich sagte, das ist unsere Präteritumform. As you can see, we still have the Sag-Stamm in here. Perfect. This is a clear signal. Hey, this is a regular verb. Same thing, so in Präteritum, simple past, we say ich sagte, Präteritum. Und für Perfekt, so Partizip 2, we say habe gesagt, I have said. And as you guys can see, beautiful, the Sag-Stamm is always there. And this is when the verb is regular, is when Präteritum and Perfect and Präsens, the Stamm stays the same. And this is a huge difference from gehen. Look how in gehen, everything has changed. Ging, gang, and gehe. There is a huge change. This is very important. So let's conjugate gehen. Let's conjugate sagen in Präsens. So we write sag everywhere, first thing. And then we add the endings. Für ich brauche ich e, für du st, für er sie st, für wir en, für ihr t und für sie en. Dann sagen wir, ich sage, du sagst, er, sie, es sagt, wir sagen, ihr sagt und sie sagen. Well done, guys. This is how we conjugate the presence form of the verbs. Now, we already talked in our explanation about some verbs that are a little bit shady, right? Because they are still regular, but they change. Right? And that's what we want to learn. Now, when a Stamm of a verb ends with a T, D, M, or N, as example, Arbeit, beobacht, finde, bilde, atme, zeichne, rechne, what happens is, when it comes to du and ihr and man, so er, sie, es, this is what we mean with man, is er, sie, es, and man, because all of these are personal pronoun, we need a little bit of help. We need an A. So why do we do this? It's only for pronunciation, guys. So this is still regular. It's only a bit different. I like to say a little bit shady because it changes only for the pronunciation, but everything stays the same. Our Stamm is staying the same everywhere, so yes, it is regular. And to explain to you more deeper what I mean, if I write like this, if I say atmest, du atmest, you can hear that it does not sound pleasant at all. That's why we need to add this A. And that's why we say du atmest. It's only for the pronunciation. It has nothing to do with the grammar. The same stuff happens with all the verbs that have a Stamm ending with SZ, Z, or an S, like heiß or heiz or reis and reiz. So in here we say, for example, the only change that we see is by du, that's it. Why we change it is because we cannot add two S's in it. I cannot say du reist with two S's. It sounds weird. That's why, because I already have an S in the Stamm, I only add a T. Okay, that's why I say du reist. And I don't repeat the S 2 times. So I write du reist. That's the only change of the regular rule that we see. Now we have something quite different is with the verbs that end with an er, like ena or dawa. So what happens is we have to change them a bit when it comes to via and z. We don't say, so normally, right, let's do it the normal way. Let's take the verb ena, which means remember. If you don't know the meaning of something, please Google it. Don't learn verbs without their meaning. That's not a good way to learn. Always Google, translate, write it somewhere and find it out. So let's write the Stamm, it's ena, right? The same thing. Now we have to add the ending of via, and as we learned, the ending of via is an. Now what happens is we don't need this a in here. We only say vi enan. This is why it's a little bit shady, because it changes. Also in here, z enan, same stuff. We don't write the a, we just write the n. So this is what we mean with this ending. I know it's tricky sometimes to understand it on your own. That's why I'm explaining more. Now talking about the last Ausnahme that we have, the last exception to the rule, we can take the verb ending with el or gl. For example, lächeln. Now we take the n away, so we have the Stamm is lächeln. But when we go to conjugate ich, we say ich lächle. That's quite wrong. We have to change it a bit. So what happens is that what we need to do is take this a away. And we say ich lächle. We don't say ich lächle, but we say ich lächle. This happens for ich, for wir, and also for sie. So these are the verbs. So these are the verbs that are a little bit changing due to exceptions. They are still regular, but they change. And we also have the verbs that don't change, that are 100% regular, like kaufen, sagen, lernen, and so on. So now we're talking about Verbenkonjugation in Präsens that are totally not regular. They are unregelmäßig, so irregular. And in German we have about 200 to 300 irregular verbs. And since you cannot know them, you have to learn them by heart. As an example, we can have the verb geben. Now geben is very irregular because the Stamm is changing. We said that if the Stamm changes, even by a single letter, it is irregular. So when we take the en away, our Stamm is geb. And you can see that we say ich gebe, but then by du we say du gibst. So now we have a change from a to e, right? And this is why it's irregular. The same thing happens with nehmen. We see a huge change in the Stamm. Suddenly we're saying du nimmst. Same stuff with treffen, du triffst. And it's very beautiful because this change is not only for the second personal singular, but it's always for the second and third personal singular. So if you learn them, you know them all. You just have to keep in mind that it is only the second and third personal singular that have this change. The other personal pronouns are regular. Only the second and the third personal singular personal pronouns are irregular. So sometimes we have a change from a to e. For example, ich sehe, du siehst, er sieht. Ich lese, du liest, er liest. Ich empfehle, du empfiehlst, er empfiehlt. Sometimes we see a change from A zu E. For example, ich fahre, du fährst, er fährt. Ich falle, du fällst, er fällt. And sometimes even ich trage, du trägst, er trägt. We also have a huge change from O to Ö. For example, ich stoße, du stößt und er stößt. And sometimes from Au zu Oi. Ich laufe, du läufst, er läuft. Now, as I already said, these are verbs that you pretty much cannot prophesy to know by the beginning, right? You don't see the verb and say, hey, I know this is irregular. That's very, very, very impossible, especially as a beginner, right? As a beginner, we have to learn all the verbs by heart. And in our grammar book, we have a list of 72 verbs that are regular with the conjugation, so you can learn them by heart. You can find the QR code right now on the screen to get your book if you don't have it already. It really will help you not only with grammar, but also with exercises to keep your German strong and better. So now let's do some examples where we have mixed verbs. Very exciting. And we only have to change the verb in here. So for example, ich mache einen Termin. We're going to change the verb mache zu ändern. So I say, ich ändere den Termin. What about die Frau kauft ein Auto? Now we go to mieten. We say, die Frau mietet ein Auto. So mieten is a regular verb. Mietet ein Auto. What about kaufst du eine Zeitung gelesen? We have already seen lesen is irregular, so we say liest du eine Zeitung. What about schlafen? Er schwimmt heute. Schlafen is irregular, we say er schläft heute. What about sollen? Sollen wir Pizza essen? Now we change it with wollen. We say wollen wir Pizza essen. This is a modal verb. We will learn it in the next lesson. So then we have läufst du zum Bahnhof. By the way, laufen, as you guys can see, is irregular, but we already saw this in the prior revision. So läufst du zum Bahnhof, fahren, now we say fährst du zum Bahnhof with an A umlaut. Das Kind schreit, das Kind lächelt. Der Mann bucht eine Beratung. Der Mann vergisst eine Beratung. See how we change from A to E? This is irregular. Then we have, sie suchen ihr Ziel. Sie finden ihr Ziel. Then we have, schließt du um 9 Uhr morgens. Then we have, öffnest du. So this changes to öffnest du. What about, fliegst du nächste Woche? Schwimmst du nächste Woche? Essen Sie den Hummer zum Frühstück? Kaufen Sie den Hummer zum Frühstück? Glaubst du an mich? Then we say, wartest du auf mich? Ich rede mit dir später. Ich rufe dich später an. Punkt. Ich mag dich sehr. Ich liebe dich sehr. Suchst du nach mir? Kommst du zu mir? Wollen wir gehen? Sollen wir gehen? Trinkst du deinen Kaffee? Möchtest du einen Kaffee? Lache gerne mit mir. Das ist Imperativ. We are giving an order. Imperativ. So, lache mit mir. Spiele mit mir. Ich gehe gerne ins Schwimmbad. So, from gehen zu laufen, denn ich laufe gerne zum Schwimmbad. Manche Frauen sind sehr selbstbewusst, manche Frauen wirken sehr selbstbewusst. Selbstbewusst means confident. And wirken means seem. So, some women are confident, some women seem to be confident. Okay guys, so this was actually our last exercise and I love to do it because it shows you the variety of verbs. As I already said, the list is in our book, so it really will be helpful to you if you have big problems, especially if you had problems solving this exercise. I'm sure this lesson has helped you. This was our revision and exercises segment, and now I'll see you in the next class.
Well done, super proud of ya, and I will see you in the next video. Click on it and we will see each other in class. Until then, bye! Hello you, and welcome to our 5th lesson together in our digital course. Are you ready? So let's go. So, in the last class, if you remember, we learned the difference between regular and irregular verbs. And my question would be, why is the verb haben irregular? I can read it out loud for you. You can listen and you can answer my question. Why is it irregular? Now, starting with ich habe, du hast, sie hat, wir haben, ihr habt, sie haben. By the way, if you don't know, haben means to have. Now, why is this verb irregular? Tin, 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 you should know if you have watched our last session together. Correct! This verb is irregular because the Stamm ends. Now, we already covered the meaning of Stamm, and we already covered how to find out if a verb is regular or irregular thanks to the Stamm. If you don't get it, go back and watch it again. For those who answered correctly, let's go forth and learn better German. Right now, we will learn the basic 3 verbs that you must know as a beginner, and those 3 verbs will be used in each normal everyday life conversation, and sadly, they are irregular verbs. Now, the first one, we already learned it together. It's the verb haben. You say, ich habe, du hast, es hat, wir haben, ihr habt, und sie haben. Following the verb sein, sein means to be, and here we say, ich bin, du bist, es ist, wir sind, ihr seid, und sie sind. And our final verb werden, here we say, ich werde, du wirst, es wird, wir werden, ihr werdet, und sie werden. Well done. Now, these are the verbs that you must learn by heart. And to make our conversation better and our class more informative for you, it's time for us to make some time for exercises. Hello du, hello you, and welcome to our revision and exercises segment. If you like this lesson, remember to write your review right now on the platform you're watching on.
Welcome to our revision and exercises segment. This is our class number 5, and our topic is Verben im Präsens. So we are going to learn right now the most important irregular verbs, and these are haben, sein, werden, wissen, und lassen. So these are the most irregular verbs that you will be actually using every day, kinda in everyday conversation. So let's learn them by heart. So für haben sagen wir, ich habe, du hast, sie, es hat, wir haben, ihr habt, sie haben. Für sein sagen wir, ich bin, du bist, sie, es, man ist, wir sind, ihr seid, und sie sind. Für werden sagen wir, ich werde, du wirst, sie, es wird, wir werden, ihr werdet, und sie werden. Und für wissen sagen wir, ich weiß, du weißt, sie, es weiß, wir wissen, ihr wisst, und sie wissen. Für lassen sagen wir, ich lasse, du lässt, lässt, wir lassen, ihr lasst, und sie lassen. So, warum sind diese Verben überhaupt nicht regelmäßig? Why are those verbs not regular? Well, it is very clear when you come here and here. So, we already talked about this actually. Bei der zweiten Person Singular und bei der dritten Person Singular, we can see that, for example, bei werden, the Stamm is different. So, für ich, we say werd in dem Stamm. And then for du and man, suddenly we have this wir. So we have the end. So we have a change from A to E. And this is a sign that this is an irregular verb, is when the Stamm is now different. So these are the verbs that we must learn by heart. They are very, very important. Let's talk about the meaning. So haben means have. Be is sein, so to be. Werden is to become. Wissen is to know. Und lassen is to let. Okay? And these are very important, especially haben and sein are very important when we are building the perfect Bildung. So, are you ready for some exercises? Let's go! Okay, so in here we have lots of verbs, mixed, regular and irregular. And it's so beautiful because we have a sort of like a short story and we have to find out all the verbs that need to be inside of them. Guys, remember that we are using our grammar book, Deutsche Grammatik verstanden. So if you want more exercises, scan this QR code right now and go check out our awesome book, Deutsche Grammatik verstanden, with all the explanations, exercises and solutions in one book. So let's start with this exercise, Luisa. So we have the verb machen. Machen means to do or to make. So we say, Luisa macht sich keine Sorgen ihre neue Stelle. Jetzt fahren means to drive. Jetzt fährt sie ihr Auto in die Richtung von ihrem neuen Büro. Sein means to be. So, sie ist ein bisschen verängstigt, aber sie, freuen is means like to be excited, to get excited, you know? So, sie freut, and this is a reflexive verb. In fact, that's why we have sich here again. Sie freut sich auf den neuen Job, and then wir haben jetzt tragen. Tragen means to wear. So, we say in here, sie trägt ein neues weißes Kleid und dazu passende schwarze Pumps. Ihre Tasche, sitzen, means to sit with no Bewegung und no motion. This is a dative verb. So, ihre Tasche sitzt auf dem Passagiersitz neben ihr. Die Straße, sein, to be again. Die Straße ist glücklicherweise nicht voll. Heute, geben means to give. This is also a dative verb. We say, ich gebe dir, du gibst mir. So, heute gibt es nicht so viel Stau. Das Wetter, we have aussehen. This is a trennbar verb. And it means to look like. So we say, das Wetter sieht auch ganz beruhigend aus. See, this is why it's trennverb, because you say first the sehen part and then the aus. So it separates itself. That's why we call it trennbares verb. So then we have scheinen. It means to shine, kind of similar to English. Die Sonne scheint und alle Wolken verstecken sich. So, verstecken means hide. Es, we have werden. Werden means to become. So we say, es wird ein ganz schöner Tag. Denken means to think. Denkt sich Luisa. Luisa, sich erinnern an means to remember someone. So, Luisa erinnert sich an ihren alten Chef. Hoffen means to hope. Sie hofft, dass ihr neuer Chef sich ihr gegenüber besser verhalten means to treat someone. So, dass ihr neuer Chef sich ihr gegenüber besser verhält. Jetzt, ankommen means to arrive, and this is also a trennbares verb, so we have to split it. Sie kommt gleich an. Sie, noch ein trennbares Verb. Aussteigen means to come out of the car, so to come out of the car. Sie steigt aus dem Auto aus. And by the way, aussteigen is not only for car, but also like for Bahn, if you come out from the Bahn, from the Zug, from a taxi, so pretty much any vehicle. Schließen means to close. So, schließt die Tür. So, verlassen means to abandon. Abandon. und verlässt den Parkplatz. Unterwegs, sehen means to see, so we say, sieht sie. Sehr schöne Blumen. Die Bäume, reflektieren means to reflect, pretty much just like English. Die Bäume reflektieren heute eine grüne Farbe. Sein, to be. Es ist endlich Frühling. Guys, what is the article of Frühling? Let me know if you're smart. Yeah, it's der. Well done, guys. It ends with ling. Proud of you guys. Luisas Lieblingsjahreszeit. Noch einmal sein. This means to be, guys. So, Luisas Lieblingsjahreszeit ist Frühling, weil alles neu ist. We just have sein again in here. So, mögen ist ein Modalverb. This is what we're going to do in the next lesson. Mögen means to like. So, Luisa mag, and do you see that the Stamm is quite different? We go from mög to mag. What does this mean? Yes, guys, das ist ein unregelmäßiges Verb. How am I writing unregelmäßig right now? Well done. So, then we have sein, it means again to be. So, aus dem Grund ist sie sehr stolz auf ihre Entscheidung, endlich neu beruflich auch zu beginnen. Luisa, jetzt einen sehr schönen Tag zu haben. The next verb, we're going to actually find it in the next one. I think it's erwarten. Okay, perfect. So, erwarten means to expect, right? She's expecting good things. So, erwarten means to expect. Luisa erwartet, einen sehr schönen Tag zu haben, auch wenn heute ihr erster Tag auf ihren neuen Job ist. To be ist. Next verb, sorgen means to provide. So, Luisa provides already for. So, sorgt schon dafür, dass sie viel Spaß haben. Jetzt werden means to become. Werden means to become, but it's also used to build the future form. That's why we say, dass sie viel Spaß haben wird. So guys, this has been the exercise of today. I'll see you in the next one.
Now that you understand the meaning of these verbs and how they look in present, let us continue learning more. In the next lesson, we will be talking about modal verbs, Modalverben in present. I'm so excited to see you in class. See you then. Nice to see you again in our 6th class, where we are continuing to speak better German. So, right now, we will talk about Modalverben. In German, we have 6 Modalverben, and they are very important. Now, before talking about how to conjugate them, I would love to talk about the meaning and in which context to use them. So, we always have like a pair, you know, they go together. The first one being müssen wie es sollen, wollen wie es möchten, und können wie es dürfen. As you can see, I already grouped them in 3 groups, and we have each time 2 verbs that are against each other. Now, starting with müssen wie es sollen, müssen means must. So you must do something. However, sollen means to show or out to make something. So you really don't have to do it. It's your choice if you want to do it. Maybe society thinks you must do it. But you say, hey, ich muss nicht, ich soll, right? This is the difference between müssen und sollen. Müssen ist Pflicht. So it's really something that is imposed on you and you must do it, rather than something where you have a free will like sollen. Now, next one, talking about wollen und möchten. Wollen means that you want something, you desire something so bad that you cannot live without it, right? This is the meaning of wollen. However, möchten is just like, oh, maybe I would like to have this, but I really don't want it, right? So it's just a wish. Maybe you get it, maybe you don't get it. But if you get it or you don't get it, it's not really a problem to you because you don't really want it, okay? The final ones, können und dürfen. Now, können means I can do something, and it really goes in the context of I am able to do this. As example, ich kann schwimmen. Hey, I can, you know, so I know how to swim. The meaning is really like I have knowledge of something, I can do something, I know how to do something. This is the meaning of können, right? It means that I have the right to do it. You know, it's my right. However, dürfen is right the opposite as well as the other verbs on the other side. So dürfen means that you need the permission from a human being, from a force, from an authority to do something, right? So you're really saying, darf ich das machen? Darf ich das nicht machen? So you're questioning your permission to do something. So let's start now talking about how to conjugate these verbs. In present, by the way, they are all irregular. Good news for you because you've got to learn them by heart. Let's start with the first one. I will write the conjugation here. So, müssen. Ich muss, du musst, sie es muss, wir müssen, ihr müsst, sie müssen. Sollen. Ich soll, du sollst, sie es soll, wir sollen, ihr sollt, sie sollen. Wollen. Ich will, du willst, sie es will, wir wollen, ihr wollt, sie wollen. Möchten. Ich möchte, du möchtest, sie es möchte, wir möchten, ihr möchtet und sie möchte. Können. Ich kann, du kannst, sie es kann, wir können, ihr könnt, sie können. Well done. And the last one, dürfen. Ich darf, du darfst, sie es darf, wir dürfen, ihr dürft, sie dürfen. Nice, well done. So I am sure you already saw that the first person singular and the third person singular are the same. You say ich kann, sie es kann, ich will, sie es will. Yeah, that's how. It's like a nice trick. They are the same, so if you remember ich, you would remember sie es as well. Now that you got the knowledge, how about we do some exercises together? Hast du drauf Bock? Dann lass uns ein paar Übungen zusammen machen. Hello du, hello you, and welcome to our revision and exercises segment. If you like this lesson, remember to write your review right now on the platform you're watching on.
Welcome to our revision and exercises segment. This is our class number 6 and our topic is Verben, Modalverben in Präsens. I'm so excited that you're still learning with us and that you are improving your German to speak better German and conquer your voice with lingabus.com. So let's dive right into it in our revision for today. So in German we have Modalverben and Modalverben sind sehr wichtig. Sie helfen uns dabei, Deutsch zu reden und auch genau auszudrücken, was wir meinen. Es gibt einen großen Unterschied zwischen diesen Verben und das ist genau, was wir jetzt wiederholen werden. So the modal verbs are very important in the German language because they seem kind of like similar, but they are not. They have actually different meanings, as we already saw in our explanation. Now we're going to focus on how to conjugate them and how to solve the exercises that we have ready for today. Let's start with dürfen. The first thing that you should know is that the first and third personal singular are always the same when it comes to Modalverben. We can see it in here as well as here. So let's read together. Dürfen, we conjugate and we say ich darf, du darfst, sie es darf, wir dürfen, ihr dürft und sie dürfen. So you can see that ich und man is the same thing. Können, it means can, and dürfen means actually to like, am I able to do this? Like, do I have permission? So it has a connection with permission. Am I allowed to do this? This is the real meaning of dürfen. Allowed to. This is really what you ask with dürfen. And können is like to say I can and I am able to do it. Able to. Now, müssen, as we already studied in our presentation, it means must. Sollen means to shall. Wollen means will, big desire, and möchten just means like, you know. So, ich darf, du darfst, er, sie, es darf, wir dürfen, ihr dürft, sie dürfen. Ich kann, du kannst, er, sie, es kann. Wir können, ihr könnt und sie können. Ich muss, du musst, er, sie, es muss. Wir müssen, ihr müsst und sie müssen. Ich soll, du sollst, er, sie, es soll. Wir sollen, ihr sollt und sie sollen. Ich will, du willst, er, sie, es will. Wir wollen, ihr wollt und sie wollen. Ich möchte, du möchtest, er, sie, es möchte. Wir möchten, ihr möchtet und sie möchten. This is the conjugation in the presence for Modalverben. And let's go to our small exercise. So the first exercise that we have in this revision part is diese Verben auswendig zu lernen. So your first exercise is to learn the conjugation of these verbs by heart. Okay, very important. This is our exercise 1. So actually you should be able to learn this in 1 week if you really put your mind into it and you use them every day. You're gonna see that you have already learned them by heart, that you master them, and that now you can use them pretty much for each conversation possible. Let's start with our exercises produced by linguabuzz.com. This is our class 6 and our topic is Modalverben. So I will write a couple of sentences and you can tell me which one is right and which one is wrong. So let's start with the first 2 sentences. And here we have the first one, kann auf die Toilette gehen? Now you had time enough as I was writing to make up your own mind. Yes, sentence number 1 is wrong. Why is this wrong? It's because können really means to be able to do something, okay? And I am pretty sure he's able to do it. What it is that he is asking is the permission, Erlaubnis, okay? That's why when we have Erlaubnis, permission, we need to use the verb dürfen. And what is the third personal singular of dürfen? It's darf. So not kann, but darf. Darf auf die Toilette gehen? Does he have the permission to go to the toilet? You know, when we are in class, when we are young and in school, we ask our teacher, hey, can we go to the toilet? In German, we don't say can, we say dürfen. So are we allowed to go to the toilet right now? That's the question. Well done. So what about number 2? Yes, this is correct. Kann schwimmen just means is he able to swim? So right now we're talking about something that in German we call Fähigkeit. That means the skill. So is he able? Does he have the skill to swim? Yeah? Yes or no? And when we're talking about skills or Fähigkeiten in German, then we need the verb können. And when we're talking about Erlaubnis, permission, we're talking about the verb dürfen. Perfect, let's keep it going. Then we have the sentence, soll seine Hausaufgaben machen, und zwar soll gesund essen. Now, which one is a must and which one is a free choice? Well done. Soll seine Hausaufgaben machen is wrong because the question is really, muss seine Hausaufgaben machen? You know, when you have homework at school, it's not really a free choice. You have to do them. So, muss seine Hausaufgaben machen? And the second one is a free choice. Soll gesund essen? That's his decision if he wants to eat healthy or no. So, müssen is really a must. We have to do something. And sollen is always a free choice. That's what we mean when we talk about sollen. Let's do number 3. Will sie Ärztin werden und möchte sie mit dir reden? So in here we are trying to figure out, do we take möchten or do we take wollen? This is really based on your character, but let's pretend that sie, her name is Maria, and Maria is not really interested in becoming a doctor. Now, if that's the case, then we cannot say will, we have to say möchte, because she does not have the desire to become a doctor. However, if Maria has a burning desire to be a doctor in the future, then we have to say will sie Ärztin werden. So in here it becomes clear that wollen is always connected with a burning desire that we have. Das ist unsere Leidenschaft. Das ist wirklich, warum wir leben. It's our purpose. It's why we are here. So it's wollen. However, when we talk about möchten, we really just like talk about a hobby. You know, it's not our passion, just like a hobby that we do. Or it's just a choice. For example, number 2 is perfectly alright. Möchte sie mit dir reden means, hey, does she even want to talk to you? Like, does she want to talk to you? So it's a choice, a free choice. It's not something that we really feel like, oh, we got to do this, you know? Like, wir wollen das machen, right? So wollen has a strong connection to müssen because it really means that if we don't do it, we will die. You know, this is like our own reason of living, of doing something, and it's always connected to a burning desire, to a passion, to something that we are living for. This is our everything, so to say. This is wollen. And möchten is really just like something that we love to do. You know, maybe we do it, maybe we don't. It doesn't affect us that much. Okay, well done, guys. Let's keep it going with the exercises. So right now we're doing some exercises of sollen wir es müssen. First one is der Arzt sagt, dass die Medikamente nehmen. And now I will let you guys think what comes in here, sollen oder müssen. Let's do another one. Okay, let's do another one. Okay, so we have 3 examples and we have to choose sollen or müssen. The first one, you had time to think, I was writing. So der Arzt sagt, dass die Medikamente nehmen muss. Well done for everyone who said muss. To take the medicine is not a free choice, you know, it's like a life or die decision, so you gotta take your medicine. Second sentence, die Lehrerin meinte, dass sie für uns ein Eis kaufen. So the teacher is saying that she has to buy us an ice cream or that she should buy us an ice cream. Yeah, she just should buy us an ice cream. You know, teachers in Germany love to bring the whole class at the end out for an ice cream, and that's not something that they must do. It's just something that they choose to do out of their good behavior and good heart. Okay, so that's why we take sollen. Third sentence, die Lehrerin erklärt, dass sie uns prüfen muss. The teacher explains that she has to examine us. You know, she has to give us an exam, because if she doesn't do this, she will not know who studied and who did not, right? So this is like a very important thing that we must do to have our grades. So this is the difference between sollen and müssen. I'm pretty sure that you got it now. It really means, do I have to do this? Like, should I do this? Or, hey, is this something that we got to do? Okay, let's keep it going. So, wollen wir es möchten? You had time to read and decide as I was writing. Let's do number 1. Maria, well done, will Anwalt werden. Das ist das wichtigste Ziel von ihrem Leben. So Maria wants to be a lawyer. This is the most important goal of her life. So pretty clear, it's a burning desire. Number 2. Maria nach Paris fliegen, wenn das nicht passiert, dann ist sie auch zufrieden. Pretty clear that Maria möchte nach Paris fliegen. Wenn das nicht passiert, if this does not happen, she's still satisfied. So it's not a burning desire because she's not changing her behavior, right? Let's see number 3. Maria das Kleid kaufen, sonst ist sie traurig. Maria will das Kleid kaufen. Maria wants this new dress, or she will be sad. So there is a consequence. Always think, wollen, if you don't do it, there is a consequence that's gonna cost you. You're gonna feel bad, something gonna happen to you that you don't want. But möchten is pretty much like indifferent. It's egal, whatever happens after it, who cares, right? That's really the mindset of möchten. Wollen means got to do this, must do this, I live for this, has to happen for me. Okay guys, let's keep it going with our last exercise. Perfect. So you had time. I'll give the answers now. Du kannst Deutsch reden. You're able to speak German. Können is to be able to. Yes, you do have that skill. Well done, guys. True. Luca fragt seinen Vater, ob mit seinen Freunden nach Puglia fliegen darf. This is very clear. Luca is asking his father if he is allowed to go in a trip with his friends. So this is dürfen because we're asking nach Erlaubnis, permission. Number 3, Lukas Vater antwortet, dass wenn Luca gute Noten kriegt, dann darf nach Puglia fliegen. So just when he has great grades, gute Noten, that's when Luca is allowed to go in that trip. So this has been actually it for us. Keep in mind that you can always order our grammar book through this QR code if you want more exercises, and I will see you in next class.
Hello you, and welcome to our 7th class, where we will take a deep dive into the German grammar. This is where all the fun begins. I'm so happy you're still staying tuned to our learning sessions. So right now we will start with the first casus in the German language, that is called nominative. Nominative is very important. You use it pretty much in each sentence when you are a basic beginner German talker. So yeah, it's quite fun. And I think if you really understand nominative, then the other casus will be very, very easy for you. So please, whatever you're doing right now, just put it aside and focus on this lesson because it is the most important, okay? So when we start with nominative, you can understand it like this. You're searching for a subject. Du suchst nach dem Subjekt. That's what you're doing. And that's why nominative answers 2 main questions. The question wer and the question was. Now, wer means who and was means what, okay? As an example, Perla ist freundlich. Now, my question would be, wer ist freundlich? Perla. Right there, I have my subject of the sentence. That's what I'm looking for when I'm using nominative. Okay, second example, Deutsch ist einfach. My question in here would be, was ist einfach? Deutsch, right? So I'm still looking for my subject. Ich suche nach meinem Subjekt und mit den Fragen wer oder was gelingt es mir auch schneller, das zu finden, okay? So let's talk about the articles because yes, every casus has his own articles. For nominative, we have the normal articles. We have der, die, das. We say, der Mann ist schlau. Wer ist schlau? Der Mann. Die Frau ist reich. Wer ist reich? Die Frau. Das Kind ist naiv. Wer ist naiv? Das Kind. As you can see, we are trying to find our subject. This is the whole thing with nominative. Now we also have our plural article. This is die. And here we say, die Blumen riechen schön. Okay? So how do we make our question right now? Do we say, wer riechen schön? No. We say, was riecht schön? Die Blumen. We don't say, was riechen schön. Sometimes people do this mistake. They think, oh, but it's the plural. Yeah, but like, was is not a plural word. It's like a singular word. So you say, was riecht schön? Ah, die Blumen riechen schön. Okay? Well done. So if you understood this, then the other stuff will be easy for you. Keep in mind, we have 4 casus. In this digital course, we will be covering 3 casus: nominative, accusative, dative. Keep in mind that nominative is searching for the subject in the sentence, and this is why we use wer oder was. Each casus has his own articles and personal pronouns. Now we're just focusing on the articles. The articles for nominative are der, die, das, and the plural article is die. The questions that nominative answers are wer und was. Let's see how well you understood this class with some exercises. Let us start right now. Hello du, hello you, and welcome to our revision and exercises segment. If you like this lesson, remember to write your review right now on the platform you're watching on. Welcome to our revision and exercises segment. This is class number 7 and the topic is nominative. This digital course is produced by linguavas.com and today we're gonna know all about nominative. So nominative antwortet die Frage wer und was, and you already know from our explanation nominative is searching for the subject. In German we say Subjekt. This can be somebody or something, as you can see already here written in our German book, jemand oder etwas. So there is something that can help you, a little bit of tips. The subject is always der Täter oder der Handlungsleiter im Satz. So you're really always searching for the person or the something that is doing something in a sentence. And we have two verbs that are always with nominative. This is sein und heißen. So when you have those two verbs, sein und heißen, you are literally always having a nominative sentence. This is very important for us. Let's see some examples. Wer ist Perla? Who is Perla? This is the question, right? And now we are searching for the subject. As you can see in here, we have the verb sein. So this means it is a nominative sentence because we have sein. So Perla ist eine schlaue, erfolgreiche und reiche Geschäftsfrau. Perla is a smart, successful and rich businesswoman. Geschäftsfrau means businesswoman. So in here, we are giving more information about Perla, and Perla is unser Subjekt. This is why this sentence is in nominative. Let's see something that makes it very clear. That's sentence number 2. Wer kocht das Essen? So who is cooking? As you can see already, we are searching for our subject. Wir suchen nach unserem Subjekt. Deswegen fragen wir ja mit wer. Wer kocht das Essen? Der Koch kocht das Essen. So the cook is cooking the food. So we can actually ignore das Essen if we want. So we can really just focus on the subject. So wer kocht? Who's cooking? Der Koch. The chef is cooking. So as you can see in here, we're always searching for our subject. Wir suchen immer nach unserem Subjekt. It's very easy to find our subject. We just have to see the verb. Whatever the verb is conjugated for, that's pretty much our subject. Let's see something interesting when we don't have the question wer, but now we have the question was. That means we are not searching for a person, we are searching for something. In this case, we have das Haus. Das Haus ist neu gebaut. The house is newly built. What is newly built? The house. As you can see in here, das Haus is our subject. So keep in mind, nominative is searching for the subject. That's why we have the question wer und was. And wer, we always use it for people. And was, we always use it for Gegenstände. That means stuff that cannot move nor have emotions. Perfect. Let's see some more examples, this time with the articles. Der Mann arbeitet. I will ignore the rest of the sentence because I want us to be really focused on the subject. So, der Mann arbeitet, Punkt. The question is here, wer arbeitet? Who is working? Der Mann. And as you can see, we are searching for our subject. Ein Mann ist immer neugierig. A man is always curious. Neugierig means curious. Now, if you want to ask who's always curious, who is always curious, we will say wer. Wer ist immer neugierig? Ein Mann. So, right there, our subject. Another one with unserem Negationsartikel, kein Mann soll depressiv sein. So, wer soll nicht depressiv sein? Kein Mann. So, in all of these sentences, we are searching for our subject, and that's why we're asking with wer. Let's go with feminine. Die Frau kauft. So, the woman is buying. Now, the question is, who is buying? Die Frau, that's why we ask with wer, and we end up with die Frau, that's our subject. Another one, eine Frau macht Urlaub. So I will take away this one, because I just want to focus on the subject. Eine Frau macht, wer macht etwas?
Die Frau macht. So this is our subject. Keine Frau soll alleinerziehend sein. So, wer soll nicht alleinerziehend sein? Keine Frau. Also in here, wer, because we are always searching for our subject. So, alleinerziehend actually means single mother. So, no woman should be a single mother. So, this is a sentence, and when we ask who should not be a single mother, no woman. Let's see with neutral. Das Kind lernt, ein Kind liebt und kein Kind weint. I'm keeping the sentences very basic, very simple, because I want you to be able to understand them and understand what we are searching for. So, das Kind lernt, wer lernt? Das Kind. Ein Kind liebt, wer liebt? Ein Kind. Kein Kind weint, wer weint nicht? Kein Kind. So it's very important for us to keep in mind that we are searching for our subject, and we can only find our subject with the question wer if it's a human being. So let's go to the plural. In nominative, we always build the plural with die for bestimmte Artikel. So die Menschen genießen, people enjoy. Who is enjoying right now? Right? We ask who, wer genießt? Die Menschen genießen. Also in the second one, Menschen verdienen, people deserve. Who deserves? People. So wer. As you can see, it's very easy for us to find the subject once we know that we are also searching for it with the question, be it wer or was. So nominative is really just about subject. That is what nominative is, just like Subjekt. That's what we are trying to find in the sentence. Okay, let's keep going with more examples. And right now, I want you to tell me wer oder was, okay? I will give you an example with number 1. Die Frau ist schön. Then we say, wer ist schön? Okay? What about der Mann baut ein Haus? What is the question in here? Keep in mind, we're trying to find our subject, and we can always figure it out also with the verb. Perfect. Wer baut? Wer baut? Who is building? The man, der Mann. So in here it was die Frau. And here it's der Mann. Das ist unser Subjekt. Right? We're trying to find our Subjekt. What about number 3? Der junge Mann gründet seine erste Firma. The young man is founding his first business, his first Firma would be his first business in this case. Very good. Wer gründet seine erste Firma? Der junge Mann. Right? It's so clear now to find the subject. What about die Familie ist sehr wichtig? Family is very important. Who in here is subject? How do we build this question? Wer ist sehr wichtig? Die Familie. Let's keep it going with number 5. Existiert Liebe in der Realität? Does love exist in reality? What is our subject in here? Yes, well done guys. Was? Liebe is not a human being, so we say was. Die Liebe. Well done guys. Was existiert wirklich in der Realität? Oder was existiert in der Realität? Die Liebe. What about number 6? Das Mädchen ist sehr laut. Well done. Wer ist sehr laut? Das Mädchen. Good, good, good. Amazing work, guys. Super proud of you. This was our revision, and now let's go to the exercises. Guys, you can stop the video right now and solve those 14 sentences on your own. Keep in mind, you have to figure out which article comes in here. Der, die, oder das, oder ein, eine, oder kein, keine. Maybe plural form. And also remember to always ask yourself, is the question with wer oder was? Let's do an example together, guys. Lehrerin heißt Luisa. Die Lehrerin heißt Luisa. Und our subject is Lehrerin. So we ask, wer heißt Luisa? Our answer is die Lehrerin. That's our subject right there. Now you have to do this on your own. Stop the video now, take your time and solve this. So right now I'll be giving you solutions. Der Mann namens Markus geht gerne nach Hause. Wer geht gerne nach Hause? Der Mann. Das Mädchen plant Urlaub zu machen. Wer plant Urlaub zu machen? Das Mädchen. Laptop. Der Laptop ist neu. Was ist neu? Der Laptop. Handy. Das Handy ist aus Amerika. Was ist aus Amerika? Das Handy. Die Musik aus den Niederlanden ist beruhigend. Was ist beruhigend? Die Musik aus den Niederlanden. Der Tisch sieht toll aus. Was sieht toll aus? Der Tisch. Die Kopfhörer, Plural, sind sehr praktisch. Was ist sehr praktisch? Die Kopfhörer. Die Familie sieht glücklich aus. Wer sieht glücklich aus? Die Familie. Die Wirtschaft überlebt die Krise. Was überlebt die Krise? Die Wirtschaft. Die Kanzlerin ist ehrlich. Wer ist ehrlich? Die Kanzlerin. Die Politik ist kompliziert. Was ist kompliziert? Die Politik. Die Wahrheit kommt immer raus. Was kommt immer raus? Die Wahrheit. Luisa ist die Schwester von Luigi. Wer ist die Schwester von Luigi? Luisa. Well then guys, this is the end of our exercises. Keep in mind, using this QR code you can land in our book where you have more exercises for each session.
I'll see you in next class where we will be talking about accusative and how it differentiates itself from nominative. Are you excited? I know I am, and I will see you in class. Hallo du und willkommen zu unserer 8. Lektion heute zusammen. Hello you and welcome to our 8th lesson today. Today we will be focusing on the meaning of accusative and how it differentiates itself from our casus nominative. As you remember, nominative casus is always used to find the subject. This is why we ask those two questions, wer oder was. For example, wer redet gerade? Who is talking right now? Teacher Zainab is talking. Lehrerin Zainab redet gerade. This is when we use the question wer, always when we have a person. However, if we have an object, then we would say, das Haus ist groß. Was ist groß? Das Haus. The house is big. What is big? The house. So as you can see in here, we are really trying to find the subject in the sentence, and this is the function of our casus nominative. Now we will learn all about casus accusative that has another function, and rather said, we are searching for our object. This is our goal with accusative. We are trying to find our object in the sentence, and it's very, very important. So for example, my first sentence in here is Ich esse einen Kuchen. Now you can see that we already have our subject in the sentence. Our subject is ich. Ich esse, wer isst? Ich esse etwas. And then we have the word etwas. That means something. So that would explain for us why we are trying to find an object. And in this case, a cake would be our object. Now, very interestingly, you will see that der Kuchen is now den Kuchen, and this is why we say einen Kuchen. We will actually learn all of this in the next lesson. However, for me right now, it's important that you understand the meaning of accusative and its function. So as you can see, we are trying to find the object. Ich esse einen Kuchen. Was isst du? Einen Kuchen. Now, as you can see, you can always recognize the accusative object if you already have a subject in the sentence. Now, many people have like this big issue of finding accusative because they did not learn the grammar. This is why you have purchased our digital course to really understand the German grammar and to speak better German. Now, keep in mind that if you already have a subject in a sentence, you cannot have two subjects, right? It's a little bit difficult, right, to do that. This is why anything you have after it must be an object. And if I'm saying I'm eating a cake, then in this case, the cake is the object that is being eaten by me. Now in the second sentence, you will see that we have two people, and this is like the biggest mistake that everybody does when they are at a very, very beginner level, and sometimes even at a B2 level, when the person has no idea about grammar. Now the second sentence in here is Ich treffe einen Mann. Now when I say this sentence, right, Ich treffe einen Mann. Now if we would translate it, it would mean I am meeting a man. And now my question would be, how do I question who am I meeting? How do we make this question in German? If you said, wer triffst du? Then you did it wrong. And here we have to take the second accusative Frage, that is wen. And that's why you would say, wen triffst du, right? So when you ask me, wen triffst du? I will answer in here, ich treffe einen Mann oder ich treffe den Mann. This is very important. Many people say, wer triffst du? This is wrong, so keep that in mind. You cannot say wer, you must say wen. Wen triffst du? Because you are asking, you're trying to find an object or a person out that is not the subject of our sentence. And if you would go back a little bit and revise the sentence, ich treffe den Mann. Now, if you wanted to find out the subject, you would have said, wer trifft den Mann, right? And then we would have found out our subject. I would have replied, ich treffe den Mann, and that would have been nominative. However, accusative, we are not trying to find out our subject, we are trying to find out our object, and that's why we either ask with was oder wen to find out the object, the direct object in our sentences. Okay, so now that you've finally understood the meaning of accusative and its function, I am sure you're ready for some exercises with wen und was. Let's go and conquer your voice to speak better German. Hallo du, hello you, and welcome to our revision and exercises segment. If you like this lesson, remember to write your review right now on the platform you're watching on.
Welcome to our revision and exercises segment. This is class number 8 and our topic is accusative. What is it? Let's revise together. This is our digital German course produced by lingabus.com so you can conquer your voice. Let's go. Accusative beantwortet die Frage wen, was und wohin. So we have 3 questions that accusative is answering. The first one is who. But please keep in mind we are finding in here our object and not subject. Second one is what. Also in here we're trying to find our object and not subject. And wohin means to where. I love to add the to make it understandable that you have to move, okay? So wohin is really with some action. Now we have a verb that is always with accusative. I pretty much love to call it accusative lover, and that's haben. Any sentence that has haben in it will also have accusative. Let's see some examples. The first question is, wen triffst du? As you can see in here, we already have our subject, that's du. In fact, the first question could be, wer trifft wen? So this sounds kind of confusing, but it means who meets whom or who, right? You can say it like that. In the first who, you mean the subject, and the last whom or who, you mean the object, okay? So the answer would be, ich treffe meinen Mann. Now to make this clearer, you can see that ich is here wer, and meinen Mann is here wen. In fact, if I write it like this, it will be super easy. Watch this. I say, wer trifft meinen Mann? In here I'm saying, who meets my man? I do. So, ich treffe meinen Mann. As you can see, this is what we learned in the prior lesson. This is nominative. However, now we're moving to foreign German ground. So we have to learn more and get better so we can speak better German. In here, if we want to make a question with wen, we have to say, wen treffe ich? And now it is clear that wen is not subject because I already have a subject in here. Ich treffe jemanden. So wen is mein jemanden. That's why it's my object. Perfect, guys. So wen, I use it to find accusative out. As you can see, when you already have a subject in a sentence, whatever you're looking for is not the subject, but pretty much accusative or dative. So, wen triffst du? Ich treffe meinen Mann. Let's see another one. And before I move on, I wanted to add that treffen is also an accusative verb, just like haben. Okay, this is very important for you to know. Second, wen sprichst du an? Ansprechen ist auch ein Akkusativverb. Let's write this down. So I'm asking, who am I speaking to? Or who are you speaking to, right? So I already have a subject. And now I'm trying to find my object out. So, wen sprichst du an? Ich spreche dich an. I'm talking to you, right? So this is my accusative and that's why I use wen. Let's see something when we have to use was. Was kaufst du? What are you buying? I already have a subject. You are buying something. Something is my object. Ich bin Subjekt. Ich kaufe ein Haus. So ein Haus is my object. So object. Because that's literally what I am buying, right? And ich is who is leading this sentence. This is the person who's buying something. So this is my subject, Subjekt. So Subjekt ist ich, ein Haus ist Objekt, ein Objekt ist Haus, also ist mein Akkusativ. Und das ist hier mein Nominativ. In fact, I can make this clearer when I say, wer kauft ein Haus? So if I say, wer kauft ein Haus, I am saying, who's buying the house? And here I have accusative already. So whatever I'm looking for is my subject. And I say, ich kaufe ein Haus. Okay? So now I'm making sure I am the subject and this is the object that I'm buying. It's pretty clear. I am repeating and repeating so it gets into your head. Let's do the last one. This is with wohin, a little bit harder. Wohin, to where are you? Well, fahren is driving really, but in here we mean traveling to. So, to where are you traveling? I am traveling to Switzerland, in die Schweiz. So, because we have action, movement, we have to go with wohin. So, accusativ is also in casus. Der mit Bewegung ist. Accusativ also answers the question wohin, which means to where, because you're moving and you have to take accusative. We do have another word that's wo, and that means exactly where. However, this is a dative word, not an accusative one, because there is no action. When I say wo, just like in English, I mean where are you right now? So no movement at all. That's why it's dative. However, wohin needs motion, needs movement, needs action, and that's why it's accusative. So, time for some exercises, guys. Let's go. I will give you 10 sentences, maybe just 9, right? Not so much on you. You're just gonna do 9 sentences together today. I'm gonna do the first one, then you pause the video, you click pause, and you do the other stuff on your own. So, first one, Luisa kauft Haus. Artikel von Haus is das, but I am not meaning a specific house. That's why I'm not going to say das. I'm just going to say ein because it's unbestimmt. It's not specific. So Luisa kauft ein Haus. My question in here is, how do I figure accusative out? What do I have to ask? correct, I say, was kauft Luisa? That's my object right there, ein Haus. And if I want nominative, what do I ask? For nominative, I say, wer kauft ein Haus? Luisa. Now that you know your exercise, pause this video and continue with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 until 9. Welcome back. Now I'm going to give you the solutions. Matteo will gerne einen Keller oder den Keller aufräumen. So, was will Matteo aufräumen? Den Keller. Wer räumt den Keller auf? Matteo. Luigi findet Rock flatternd. Luigi findet den Rock flatternd. Was findet Luigi flatternd? Den Rock. Wer findet den Rock flatternd? Luigi. Perla kauft neue Gebäude. Wir brauchen hier kein Plural. Was kauft Perla? Neue Gebäude. Wer kauft neue Gebäude? Perla. Für Zusammenhalt der Familie muss man kämpfen. Für den Zusammenhalt der Familie muss man kämpfen. Number 6. Über die starke Ökonomie redet jeder. Worüber redet jeder? Über die starke Ökonomie, das ist mein Akkusativ. Wer redet über die starke Ökonomie? Jeder. Nominativ. Über die berühmte Beziehung schreibt die Zeitung. Worüber schreibt die Zeitung? Über die berühmte Beziehung. Durch Mann habe ich Kunst kennengelernt. Durch den Mann habe ich Kunst kennengelernt. My accusative question here is a little bit tricky. It is durch wen. Durch wen habe ich Kunst kennengelernt? Durch den Mann, das ist Akkusativ. Und wer hat durch den Mann Kunst kennengelernt? Ich, that's my nominative. And the last one, gegen. Gegen Mensch sagt keiner etwas. Gegen den Mensch sagt keiner etwas. Gegen wen sagt keiner etwas? Gegen den Mensch. Und wer sagt etwas gegen den Mensch? Keiner, das ist nominativ. So I will color accusative with green. Das ist Akkusativ. Das ist Akkusativ, das ist Akkusativ, das ist Akkusativ, 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 Akkusativ. And I will color nominative with blue. This is blue, 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 blue. So as you guys can see in here, we have some prepositions. And these prepositions are accusative prepositions. We will actually do this in the next lessons. Only the accusative prepositions, but I just wanted to let you know right now so you know why we took accusative, because we have accusative prepositions. And the questions that I asked that were a little bit tricky, I'm gonna also write them down. So when you have für, when you want to ask a question, you either say für wen if it's a person, or you say wofür if it's with was. You don't say für was, that's incorrect, you say wofür. If you have über, you do the same thing. You say either über wen, or you say worüber. If you have durch, you do the same thing, you say durch wen. And the last one, if you have gegen, you say gegen wen. Oder wogegen. That was it for today. This was our exercise. Keep in mind, with this QR code, you can get our book and do more exercises on your own.
Well done. Now let us move on to our next subject, where we will be revising the nominative article and learning all the new accusative articles so that you can speak better. Click on the next video. I'll see you in class. Hallo du und willkommen zu unserer 9. Lektion. Hello and welcome to our 9th lesson today. So our topic today is very exciting. We will learn everything that you don't understand about grammar, and that is the articles. I know, die Artikel sind ganz schwierig und deswegen lernen wir sie auch heute intensiv zusammen. So the first thing that you have to question yourself is, why do the German articles change? Well, the reason why is because you have different casus. As we learned in the last classes, we have nominative and accusative. And now we have to learn how those articles differentiate between themselves from each other. Now, very important to keep in mind is nominative is searching for the subject and accusative is searching for the object. This is why, for us Germans, when we speak it, it makes just more sense to have different articles for each occasion so we can understand, hey, am I looking for my subject or am I looking for my object here? Now, when we talk about the articles, we have many in German. Today, we will be focusing on the articles, Personalpronomen und Possessivpronomen. So this class will be longer than usual. Let us start with our Artikel. So as you already know, in German we have 3 genders. We have feminine, männlich und neutral, and that's why the articles also change between each other. This is phenomenal because in English everything is the same. We use de for any word. However, German is a little bit more precious. Let us start with the first articles that we have, that are our bestimmte und unbestimmte Artikel. Now, what is the difference between bestimmt and unbestimmt? When I say bestimmte Artikel, I mean that it's something that I know that you and I can see. For example, this microphone, the microphone, right? I can see it, you can see it, we both can see it, and we know exactly what we're talking about. And that's why we say the microphone. However, if I'm just talking generally about some microphone, I would say, oh, I need a microphone. But if we're talking about something that I have right now on, then we will be saying, hey, do you see this microphone? And we intend one specific microphone. This is the difference. Bestimmt is specific. Unbestimmt is not specific. And in German, this is very important because both of them change between casus to casus. Now, when we start with the first casus, nominative, for bestimmte Artikel, we say die Frau in the gender of feminine. As you know, we have 3 genders, feminine, männlich, neutral. So, I would say, for example, in here, die Frau ist schön, the woman is beautiful. Why am I saying this? Because I'm trying to make you understand that nominative is always with a subject, and die Frau is my subject in here. Die Frau ist schön oder eine Frau ist schön. When I go and move on to männlich, singular, I say der Mann, ein Mann. Der Mann ist stark, right? And when I move on to neutral, singular, that's when I say das Kind oder ein Kind. Das Kind ist schlau. Now keep in mind, in nominative, we have 2 questions. Wer oder was? Wer ist schön? Die Frau. Wer ist stark? Der Mann. Was ist groß? Das Haus. Oder wer ist schön? Eine Frau. Wer ist stark? Ein Mann. Was ist groß? Ein Haus. Now, when we move on to accusative, everything changes because in here, we're not trying to find our subject, we are trying to find our object. Let's see how. For example, the first sentence in meinem accusative casus im Feminin would be, ich suche die Frau. Ich suche die Frau. I am searching for a woman. Do you see in here that I already have a subject? I am the subject and my object in this occasion is the woman that I'm trying to find, right? So, ich suche die Frau oder ich suche eine Frau. Next, in eurem männlichen Geschlecht, ich treffe den Mann. I am meeting the man, or ich treffe einen Mann. So, as you can see in here, we already have a subject, I'm the subject, and I'm searching for my object. In this case, it is a man, and that's why I have to change the article. This is a sign for accusative. I have a subject, I'm trying to find an object, so I need to change my article to einen oder den. Ich suche einen Mann, ich suche den Mann. Oder ich treffe den Mann, ich treffe einen Mann, ich frage einen Mann, ich frage den Mann. This is everything in accusative. And have you noticed that I'm already just using accusative verbs? This is something that we will be learning in our upcoming classes. Let us move on with a singular neutral. Good news, it is the same for nominative or accusative. I say in here, ich sehe das Kind, ich frage das Kind, oder ich sehe ein Kind, ich frage ein Kind. Pretty much the same. This time, let us find our objects with some questions. Do you remember which questions we must use in accusative cases? Correct. We need wen und was. So in here, I would be saying, wen suche ich? Perfect. Die Frau. Wen sehe ich? Perfect. Den Mann. Wen frage ich? Perfect. Das Kind. Let us try a new example. Ich kaufe das Haus. What is my question in here? Correct. Was kaufst du? That's perfect. I'm so happy that your German is getting better and better thanks to our classes. Now let's talk about something that it's not so cool and that you probably don't really have in your language, but we do. And that is our Negationsartikel. You heard it right. In German, we have different kinds of articles. We have bestimmte Artikel, unbestimmte Artikel, und Negationsartikel. Those are the most important articles that you must know at a A1 until a B1 level. So, Negationsartikel just means we don't have it, we don't see it, it's not here. In this case, we will say for feminine singular, keine Frau. For männlich singular, kein Mann. And for neutral singular, kein Kind. So when we move on to accusative, we have to change männlich, that we already know. However, we say keine Frau for feminine singular, keinen Mann for männlich singular, and the last one, kein Kind for neutral singular. That was it. Now, don't forget we need the plural as well. Good news, the plural stays the same. For nominative or accusative, we use the article die. Die Kinder nominative, die Kinder accusative. Same article for both cases. This is really an exception because the other cases, dative and genitive, need other articles. So be happy that this one stays the same. Now that you have understood the grammar deeply and better, let us see how you will rock our exercises. Are you ready? Then let us dive into them right now. Hello du, hello you, and welcome to our revision and exercises segment. If you like this lesson, remember to write your review right now on the platform you're watching on.
Welcome to our revision and exercises segment. This is our class 9 part 1, and our topic today is all about Artikeln, the questions wer, was und wen, and especially we want today to understand the difference between nominative and accusative. So we have 3 kind of questions, and we already explained in our video explanation the quite difference between those 3. You guys already know in German we have 4 casus. The casus that we have learned so far is first nominative and the second accusative. And we have already established that nominative is always searching for our subject, so subject, and accusative is always searching for our object in the sentence. That's why when we are searching for nominative, we have the question wer or was. And when we are searching for accusative, we have the questions wen und was. So now that this is clear, guys, let's go and do some exercises together, starting right here. So, Kasus Nominativ, wer oder was? Lehrer ist freundlich. Was ist der Artikel von Lehrer? Very good. Der Lehrer ist freundlich. So, what do we ask now? Do we ask with wer or do we ask with was? Perfect, guys. We ask with wer because we have a human being, Lehrer. That's why we have to do the question with wer. Now the second sentence for us, Mädchen singen. So you already can see that the verb is conjugated in the plural form, which means that we also need a plural article. And our plural article we have already learned in our video explanation, be it for nominative or be it for accusative, our article is always die. That's why we say die Mädchen singen. So just like number 1, we still have people as our subject, so we ask wer. We have a human being, Mädchen, that's why we ask wer. So, wer singt? Die Mädchen. Wer ist freundlich? Der Lehrer. So now number 3, Apfel ist rot. Der Artikel von Apfel ist der, so der Apfel ist rot. Now, do we do our question with wer or was? It should be clear by now. Yes, we ask the question with was. Why? Because we don't have a human being, we have stuff, right? Stuff can be anything. A building, food, like in here, Apfel, apple. As long as it is not a human being, we ask with was. So, was ist rot? Der Apfel. Now, number 4, Jungen spielen Fußball. So now again, just like number 2, we have a plural verb, so we have a plural noun, right? So we have to take the plural of nominative, which is die. So, die Jungen spielen Fußball. Wie bilden wir jetzt die Frage? How do we construct our question? Of course, we use wer because we have Jungen, and Jungen is a, of course, human being, right? So the guys are playing football or soccer, and now the question will be, wer spielt Fußball? Die Jungen. Now, number 5, Tiere sind im Zoo. Of course, die Tiere sind im Zoo. Tiere are animals, they're not human beings, so we ask with was. Was ist im Zoo? Die Tiere. So this exercise should explain to you the difference between wer und was. Keep in mind, wer is always with a human being, was is anything else, and right now we have been using only the nominative. Why? Because every noun in these sentences was our subject. Lehrer is our subject, die Mädchen are our subject, der Apfel ist subject, die Jungen ist Subjekt und die Tiere auch. Now let's go to something where we have accusative, and that's why we have the question wen oder was. As you guys already can see, accusative is always searching for an object. That's why all of these sentences already have a subject. Ich ist hier Subjekt, er ist hier Subjekt, sie ist hier Subjekt, wir ist hier Subjekt und du ist hier Subjekt. So because we already have the subject of the sentence, wir haben ja schon unsere Subjekt im Satz, das heißt, wonach suchen wir? We are already only searching for our object, and that's why we have to use accusative. So we have already established that the article of Lehrer is der, and now im Akkusativ, wir wissen der, wer den. That's why I say, ich sehe den Lehrer und nicht der, weil wir im Akkusativ sind. Wir suchen nach dem Objekt. So now, when I make my question, who do you see? Of course, I ask with wen. Wen siehst du oder wen sehe ich? Den Lehrer. Now number 2, er hat Blumen. Blumen ist Plural. Wir haben gerade gelernt, Plural bleibt gleich. So, er hat Blumen. Of course, Blumen is not a human being, so the question is with was. Was hat er? Die Blumen. Sie trinkt Wasser. Artikel von Wasser ist das Wasser. Und das bleibt gleich im Nominativ sowie auch im Akkusativ. Deswegen sagen wir nur das. Sie trinkt Wasser. Was trinkt sie? Das Wasser. Wir essen Äpfel. Now, in here we have the plural form of Äpfel, right? That's why we say, wir essen die Äpfel. Was essen wir? Die Äpfel. And our last one, kannst du Tiere hören? Kannst du die Tiere hören? Was kannst du hören? Die Tiere. Now let's do something where we have mixed sentences. Lehrer unterrichten. So of course Lehrer is our subject, it's very clear, they are doing the teaching. So we say in here, die Lehrer unterrichten. Das ist Nominativ und deswegen fragen wir mit der Frage wer. Wer unterrichtet die Lehrer? Mädchen singen Lieder. Wer singt Lieder? Die Mädchen. Also in here we have the plural. Why? Because the verb is conjugated in plural. So also in here, wer singt Lieder? die Mädchen. Äpfel sind süß. So, of course, in 13 we say die Äpfel sind süß. This is also nominative, and the question is, was ist süß? Die Äpfel. Jungen mögen Fußball. Die Jungen mögen Fußball. Auch für uns sind hier im Nominativ, deswegen fragen wir mit wer. Und unser letzter Satz, die Tiere sind im Wald. Was ist im Wald? Die Tiere. So, everything that I wrote in blue is im Nominativ. And now it is time for us to find our accusative. I will do accusative in green. So, die Lehrer unterrichten. Hier haben wir kein Objekt, so we have no object. That's why we have no accusative. However, number 2 or 12, die Mädchen singen Lieder. Lieder is here our accusative. And the question will be, was singen die Mädchen? Lieder. Die Äpfel sind süß. Also in here we have no object. Number 14, the question is, was mögen die Jungen? Fußball. Also Fußball ist im Akkusativ. Und die Tiere sind im Wald. And here we have no accusative object. However, we do actually have a dative object, but this is a B1.1 level, so that's something we will be doing in the next course. Now that I explained to you how to solve these exercises, I will give you about 5 or 8, maximum 10 minutes. Pause the video, solve them by yourself. If you keep on watching, you will get the solutions. Okay guys, now the solutions. So we already know that for the first one we will say die because it's plural and it's also nominativ. Die Autos sind teuer, die Bücher sind interessant, die Blumen sind schön, die Kinder spielen im Park, die Hunde sind treu. So die is actually our article for plural, not only im Nominativ, but also im Accusativ, as we have made clear in our explanation video. Now the second one, ich sehe die Lehrerinnen, das ist Plural. Er hat die Äpfel, sie trinkt den Tee. So this is der, however we are im Akkusativ and der becomes den. Wir essen die Kekse, das ist Plural. Kannst du die Vögel hören? This is also plural. Now we have our mix. Die Eltern sind stolz, die Kinder lernen schnell, die Tiere sind im Zoo. Und die Hunde lieben Spaziergänge.
I'm so excited that you understood everything and that you rocked your exercises and conquered your German voice. Now we will move on and we will learn all about Personalpronomen und Possessivpronomen. Are you excited? I know I am. Let's keep learning. Hello guys and welcome to our class 9 part 2. Our topic today is Personalpronomen. So I'm sure that you guys already know what Personalpronomen are, especially when we are talking in the cases of nominative. However, I see lots of beginners having so many issues when it comes to the casus accusative. Now keep in mind the personal pronouns in English are I, you, she, he, it, and so on until they. However, also in English, we do change the personal pronouns from nominative to accusative. For example, if I make the sentence of I am a teacher, in German I would say Ich bin Lehrerin. However, if I say in English I do this for me, you see a big change after for. I don't say I do this for I, however, I'm saying in here, I do this for me. And exactly this change is what happens im Akkusativ mit dem Personalpronomen. So right now I'll be saying, ich mache das für mich. Right there we have our Personalpronomen me, which translated in German would be mich. So why do we see this big change? It is important to keep in mind that when we are talking about nominative, we have two questions that we always ask. The first question being was and the second being wer. With those both questions, we're always trying to find our subject in the sentence. For example, in my prior sentence where I said, I am a teacher, my question would be, who is a teacher? And in German, I would say, wer ist Lehrerin? Und meine Antwort wäre hier, ich bin die Lehrerin, also ich. However, if I make an example with some object, for example, I say the room is big. So I would say, for example, das Zimmer ist groß. Now my question in here would be, was ist groß? I can no longer make the question with wer, however, I have to go with was because I'm not talking about a human being, but about a Gegenstand, right? That's how we call it in German. Now, very important for us, when we move on to accusative, we're no longer asking the subject. So right now we are trying to find the object in the sentence, so to speak. And in my prior sentence where I said, ich mache das für mich, I do this for me, my subject in here is clearly I. Wer macht das für sich? Ich mache das für mich. However, my object would also be für mich. And in here we have the question für wen. Für wen machst du das? So this is a little bit more complicated, but we will do the accusative casus in our next classes together. I just explained this priorly, so you have kind of like a small idea of the bigger picture. So keep in mind, nominative is always searching for the subjects as we have already established together. That's why we have the question was und wer. And accusative is always searching for the object in the sentence. That's why we use was und wen. And we also have a third question in accusative. That one is called wohin, but it has something to do with movement and nothing really to do with being an object or having an object in the sentence. Now going back to our Personalpronomen, since German is such a variable language and it has such a big variety when it comes to sentences and objects, just like in English, we have to change the personal pronoun when we are using accusative and no longer nominative. And that's why you must learn those personal pronouns by heart. Now that you have some grammar context, let us speak about how the Personalpronomen change from nominative to accusative. Okay, so the first thing that we can see in here is that ich is now mich, then we have du is now dich, ist ihn, sie ist sie, es ist es, wir ist uns, ihr ist euch, sie ist sie, und das große Sie für Respekt, zum Beispiel Frau Müller, stays Sie. So, to understand this better, it would make sense to do some small examples together. Now, if I want to say, I do this for you, I would say, ich mache das für dich. Dieser Deutschkurs ist für dich, sodass du Deutsch lernen kannst. However, if I change my personal pronoun from du to then I will have also to change the personal pronoun in accusative. It's literally just making sense on its own. So if I build a sentence of ich mache das für, and then we have coming up, I cannot say ich mache das für I must say ich mache das für ihn. If I take the personal pronoun sie, I say ich mache das für sie. Ich mache das für es. Ich mache das für uns. Ich mache das für euch und ich mache das für sie. Oder Frau Müller, ich mache das für sie mit großem S. So this is the difference between nominative and accusative. Keep in mind the personal pronouns change. And in here we are taking the accusative case because we have a big preposition that is exclusively working with accusative, and that is für. Für is an accusative preposition, just as we will see in the next classes coming up, where we will learn all about the meaning of accusative, how to use it, and which prepositions we need. Perfect, guys. Now that we had our video class together, it is time for our exercises and revision segment with many explanations and exercises for you. Are you ready? Then let's go. Hello du, hello you, and welcome to our revision and exercises segment. If you like this lesson, remember to write your review right now on the platform you're watching on.
Welcome to our revision and exercises segment. This is our class 9, part 2. So the topic of today is of course our Personalpronomen, firstly in nominative and then in accusative. Now let's do a small revision together. We have already learned that our nominative Personalpronomen are Ich, du, er, sie, es, wir, ihr und einmal sie klein für Plural und einmal sie groß für Frau Müller. Then these personal pronouns change once they go to accusative. Now we have mich, dich, ihn. Good news is that sie stays the same, just like s, so sie and s don't change. Wir changes to uns, ihr zu euch, and sie stays the same, klein geschrieben, and then Frau Müller becomes big but stays the same whatsoever. So this is what we learned in our video lesson. These are our personal pronouns. This is how they change in accusative, and this is how you have primarily learned them. Okay guys, now it's time for our exercises. So Kasus, Nominativ, wer oder was. So all of these exercises we're going to start with are all going to be in nominative. We have already learned nominative is always searching for our subject. That's why the questions are always wer oder was. So for the first one, I go to the cinema. Of course, I'm just gonna say ich. Ich gehe ins Kino. Du spielst gut Fußball. Er liest ein Buch. Sie tanzt gern. Es regnet heute. So as you guys can see, the personal pronouns actually stay the same in those sentences as the examples that we gave you to choose from. Why? It's because right now you're building the subject of every sentence, so of course you're gonna use the nominative, Personalpronomen. Now let's go see the second one. This time we already have a subject, as you guys can see, and now we have to build our accusative. As you guys already have established with us, accusative is always trying to find an object, and that's why we have either the question wen or was. Ich sehe ich im Spiegel. I see myself on the mirror. Of course now I have to say ich sehe mich im Spiegel. Er hat, this should be du, er hat dich angerufen. Sie sucht ihn überall. Wir kennen sie gut. Kannst du es riechen? So now we have to take the personal pronouns from here because right now we are searching for our object, and that's why we have accusative. Perfect, guys. Now let's do a mix from both. So we're gonna start with the first sentence. However, I want you to take your time now and do them on your own first, and then we can talk about them, okay? So please stop this video, give yourself maybe 5 minutes, stop 10 minutes. Try to solve just these ones in here from mix aus nominative and accusative, and then we can talk about the solutions. If you keep on watching, I'll be giving the solutions. Okay. So of course, wir stays the same because it's our subject. Maybe it's better if I write wir in blue, so we have nominative in blue and then accusative in red, okay? So, wir essen sie. Why do I say sie? It's because the article of pizza is die Pizza. Second, ihr trinkt ihn. Is because it's der Kaffee, which becomes den im Akkusativ. Sie besuchen uns morgen. Okay? Er hat es gefunden. Ich sehe dich heute Abend. Perfect, guys. I am so happy if you got all the solutions correct. If not, then you have to revise this, okay? Let's do the last exercise of this session, and this one is the most complicated. Again, pause the video, give yourself maybe 5 to 10 minutes time, and come back for the solutions. Hi, and let's talk about the solutions right now. So ich is our subject in here. In fact, it is in nominative, that's why I'm going to write it in blue. It answers the question wer. And du is im accusative, that's why it becomes dich. Und is now ihn. So, ich habe dich und ihn gestern im Park gesehen. Sie hat ihn gebeten, es zu haben. Artikelform Verständnis ist das. Wir haben sie eingeladen, die Familie, aber nur er kam, nur der Vater kam. Der Arzt hat ihn gründlich untersucht. By the way, guys, I should write this one in blue because it's nominative, right? Here, this is the subject. Wer kam? Der Vater. This is not accusative, this is nominative, okay? Okay, perfect. So, wir ist subject. Wir haben wen eingeladen? Die Familie, also sie, accusativ. Aber nur der Vater kam. Wer kam? Der Vater, also nominativ, deswegen blau. Der Arzt hat ihn gründlich untersucht. Und unser letzter Satz für heute. Sie hat es verstanden. Das Problem, also es, aber sie, ich merke hier, wir brauchen hier ein Verb, aber sie hat die Lösung. Die Lösung ist hier sie. Perfect, guys. So this is our revision and exercise segment for class 9 part 2. Keep in mind to learn these by heart so that your German gets better and better. And if you want the exercises, you see the QR code on screen. Scan it and get your book right now.
Welcome back. I know that you rocked your exercises and I cannot wait to see you in our next class. Hello guys and welcome to our class number 10. Are you excited as I am? We still have 5 classes only and this course from A1.1 until A2.2 will finally reach its final end. I'm so excited that you are keeping yourself disciplined and being constant with us to learn German and speak it better. So right now, we will be focusing on something very exciting called possessive pronomen. Now, we want you to understand the grammar because this is really the only way for you to speak perfect, fluent, native German is when you are able to understand Personalpronomen, possessive pronomen, Präpositionen, and everything that comes with it. So, possessive pronomen have one Zweck only. Zweck means goal or reason. Der Zweck von Possessivpronomen ist Eigentum. So, we use possessive pronouns to say this is mine, this is yours, and so on. However, in German, we have a small tricky thing going with it, which is called casus, right? As we learned in our last session, class 9, part 2, is that when it comes to the Personalpronomen or possessive pronomen, we always have to ask ourselves, in which context are we talking right now? Are we using our nominative or are we using our accusative casus? Now keep in mind, nominative is Subjekt, accusative is Objekt. Let's see how the Personalpronomen change to possessive pronomen in nominative and then do some examples and then see how they change to accusative and why. So, starting with our Personalpronomen, for example, in here we have the Personalpronomen ich, which means I. When we go to see our possessive pronomen in nominative, we have to categorize them under different genders. And guys, I always mean the gender of the word, like der, die, das, oder die Plural, okay? So, starting with feminine, which will be the article die, we have to say meine für ich, deine, seine, ihre, unsere, eure, ihre. So the order is ich, du, er oder es, sie oder sie, wir, ihr, sie. Let me translate in English. I, you, he or it, she or they, we, you, and she for respect form, okay? So when I start with ich, Personalpronomen ich, for feminine I say meine, für maskulin I say mein, für neutral I say mein, für plural I say meine, Für du, I say deine, deine. Für I say seine, seine. And this is not only für but this also is für the personal pronoun es, okay? Keep going with sie, which means she, and the other sie, which means they. We have in German two sie. One means she, like a human being, like a girl, and the other sie just means they, like a big group of people, right? They. And that's where we say ihre with a small e, ihre for plural. Now I say small e because we also have the z, which is written big as, and that one is used to express respect for someone. So for example, if I will talk to Frau Müller and say, wow, your bag is really beautiful, then I would say ihre with a big E, ihre Tasche ist wunderbar, right? So this is the difference. And then I have wir, we say unsere, unsere für plural. And then we have ihr, which is eure, eure. Okay, so we really have to divide them based on the gender of the word. Now let us make some examples, maybe with 4 or 5 personal pronouns. Now if I'm talking to you and I want to tell you your book is good. Very simple example. Now I would look up, so first I have to look up the line for du, which is the second one. And then I have to look up the gender of book, which is das, so I go with neutral. And that's why I use dein. That's why I say, dein Buch ist gut. Very simple example. Now, if I want to say, our food was delicious, how do I say that? First thing, I have to figure out, how do I say food in German? Food is das Essen, so I need the article das, so it means it's neutral. So I have to go to neutral, go to the line of wir, find out that the possessive pronomen neutral für wir ist unser, and then I say, unser Essen ist deliziös. So it's really that easy, as you will also see in the exercises. It's literally a lot of fun. You just have to learn this list with the possessive pronouns, and that's literally it. Now, when we go and move on to accusative, we have to understand something. In those examples that I just made right now, our starting word was always our subject. That is really the meaning of nominative. However, once we move to accusative, the word that we choose with the possessive pronomen is no longer our subject. Right now, it is our object. So it's our object of the sentence. For example, I would say, ich mag dein Aussehen. I like your look. Ich mag dein Aussehen. I like your look means I really like how you look. And now, when we take that word, dein Aussehen, is no longer the subject, right? It's the object of the sentence because the subject is I, ich. Wer mag dein Aussehen? Ich mag dein Aussehen. Was mag ich? Dein Aussehen. So clearly, right now we have a big difference between nominative and accusative. Nominative is always subject and accusative is always object. Okay, so that's why I repeat it 1,000 times because it's really important when it comes to the possessive pronomen. Now, good news are everything stays the same, right? The only change that we have happens with masculine and accusative. So right now, what we have to do is add an en in all of the masculine possessive pronomen. So if we take, for example, the word Keller, and I want to say, I cleaned my Keller today. I would say, ich habe heute meinen Keller geputzt. Ich habe heute meinen Keller geputzt. Now, this is very important that I say meinen Keller because it is in accusative, because literally it's the object of the sentence. And that's why I can no longer say mein in masculine. I have to say meinen. And this rule applies to everything. So I say meinen, deinen, seinen, ihren, unseren, euren, und ihren. Okay? Everything else stays the same. This is amazing because the only thing that has to change is this, but every other possessive pronouns stays the same. Keep in mind, you use possessive pronouns to talk about something that belongs to you. So you can say, mein Auto ist modern. My car is modern. Or you could say, Ich habe mein Auto verkauft. I just sold my car. Now, this is an accusative because mein Auto is clearly our object. Another sentence where this will be clear is if we take an article that is der. So, for example, if I say der Rock ist neu, the skirt is new. However, if I want to transform it to become an object, I would say, ich habe den Rock gekauft. I bought the skirt. And right now you can also hear it in English. The skirt is no longer subject, it is object, and that's why we see the change from mine to meinen. Perfect, guys. This was everything that we had to learn on the topic of possessive pronomen between nominative to accusative and what the difference between both are. Are you excited for some exercises? Because that's exactly what we will be doing right now along our revision and exercises segment. Hello do, hello you, and welcome to our revision and exercises segment. If you like this lesson, remember to write your review right now on the platform you're watching on.
Welcome to our revision and exercises segment. This is our class 10 and the topic is of course our possessive pronomen. So starting with our revision segment, we will repeat everything that we have learned. Now we have the possessive pronomen and in here you see how they change. For our Personalpronomen ich, now we have meine, mein, meine. For du, we have deine, dein, deine. Oder es, we say seine, sein, seine. For sie oder sie, we say ihre, ihre. Für wir, we say unsere, unsere. Für ihr, we say eure, eure. And for the big C, for respect, we say ihre, ihre. Now also we have the list of accusative, as you guys already know from our video explanation. The only change that we see is in masculine. So everything else stays the same, only in masculine we say meinen, deinen, seinen, ihren, unseren, euren und ihren. Everything else stays the same, just like nominative, and this is actually good news for us because it helps us learn this list really quickly. Now that we have revised, it is time for us to solve the exercises together. This time we have so much to do, so I'm really excited. As always, I will underline and write everything in nominative with blue and everything with accusative, I will write it with red. So let's start with number 1. Das ist Hund. Now we already know that the verb sein, to be, is always in nominative. That's why we say das ist mein Hund. The reason why we take mein is because we have the Personalpronomen ich. Next, Luisa hat. Now we have the verb haben. The verb haben is literally always to be used with accusative. That's why we say Luisa hat meinen Hund. Next sentence, sie Fahrrad ist schnell. Now the possessive pronomen von sie ist ihr. So I say, ihr Fahrrad ist schnell, du Fahrrad gefahren. So in here I can also add a verb because I need hast. And I have now the personal pronoun du, so the possessive pronomen from du would actually be dein. As you guys already see, we already have our nominative subject. That's why whatever we're going to write in here is going to be im accusative. The article of Fahrrad is das. So it stays the same, that's why I write dein. Du hast dein Fahrrad gefahren. Next one, wir, so unser Lehrer ist nett. Wir mögen unseren Lehrer. Right? Number 4, ihr Garten ist groß. So euer Garten ist groß. Für unseren Garten brauchen wir Hilfe. Sie, so also in here, again we need ihr. That's why we say, Ihr Auto ist schnell. Du fährst Ihr Auto. However, this one needs to be in red because it's our accusative, right? We already have our subject, so that means whatever comes after it will be object. Okay, so now that we did number 1 together, how about you do number 2 and 3 alone? Only take 5, maximum 10 minutes, try it on your own, and for the solutions, come back. Now pause the video and try it on your own. Good luck! Welcome back. Now I'll be sharing the solutions. So we already have in here our subject. This means we need an object. Ich sehe meinen Freund. It is also clear because sehen is an accusative verb. Subject. Hat deine Nachricht erhalten. Für dich wird seine Nachricht später schnell schreiben. Sie sucht ihr Handy. Sie braucht ihr Handy für die Arbeit. Wir haben unsere Hausaufgaben gemacht. Könnt ihr euren Vater anrufen? So for the number 3, exercise number 3, the solutions are: Das ist ihr Computer. Sie benutzt ihren Computer oft. So in here we say, Hund ist sehr süß. I already actually gave you the solutions. Did you see it? So der Hund is in here, right? And now we're saying, oh, the dog is cute. So this is subject. I wanted to do it tricky to give you the solution and see if you would still know it. If you still wrote ihr, then you're good. Ihr Hund ist sehr süß. Perfect. Ich füttere. What do we do in here now? Should we just write ihren or ihr? Perfect. Ich füttere ihren Hund. So ihr is the possessive pronoun from sie. However, that was the last one. I wanted to trick you. If you wrote ihr, then it's wrong because we have der and der becomes den in accusative. That's why we write ihren. If you wrote ihren, then I'm proud of you because you did everything correctly. This was it for our revision and exercises segment of our class 10. For more exercises, you find the QR code on the screen so you can get your book right now.
Good to see you back. I'm sure that you have rocked the exercises and I hope that you solved everything correctly. If not, then repeat this video and watch it again to speak better German. To further conquer your voice, I'll see you in our next class.